My wondrous friends, how long has it been since we've enjoyed each other's company at this morning time slot? Morning for me, I bet there are some Europeans watching right now, and in your incorrect time zone, this should be, what, afternoon? Evening? Something. Hey there! Artemy knocked over all my equipment since I last streamed, so is everything lined up properly? I don't think it is. We. No, that feels about right. I feel like that's about right, more or less correct. Hey! 2 whole days without streaming, how mad are you? Oh, you guys are mad. Oh, you're so fucking mad. But I love it, and you can channel that energy into the passionate fervor with which we are going to talk about today's stream subjects. Hello! Yeah, I didn't want my hair on the back of my neck today. So we have a bun today, and you know what? It's okay. You know what? That's alright. Because as a true freedom-loving American, I recognize that one of the greatest freedoms we have is the freedom to express ourselves without severe social condemnation. So God bless America, okay? So happy to be living here. Speaking of America, wow. We, just after I said that we would not have to... Wait, is chat delayed? Oh, I was just scrolled way up. Oh, there we go. No. Chat's not delayed. I'm sorry. I was scrolled up to the top of the page, so I was just looking at 15 seconds delayed chat. Vosh had sex for the first time 2 days ago? Fuck yeah, comrade. Look, all it took was me not streaming and you finally did something with your life. Okay, we're caught up now. Listen, my friends. Man, I was initially going to talk about Temple. There are actually a lot of things that I want to talk about today. I mean, that's not exactly new or special. Man, what should we talk about? How do we open? I feel like we only really have one choice. When it comes to what we talk about first. Um, so yeah, we're gonna jump right into that. Quick, we'll see how it goes. Um, talk about Jimmy Dore. I need to do more Jimmy Dore research before we can talk about Jimmy Dore, I'm afraid. Wait, hold on. I want to find the proper article for this. How's everyone doing? Doing good? I missed you guys. I hope you know that. One of these days, I'll get that add-on that lets me see New York Times articles without that fucking pop-up thing. One of these days. It's just nobody's linked it to me yet. Nobody's actually pointed out to me that add-on, so I don't know what to do, really. I'm just, sort of lost. Um, God damn. Oh, there's so much to talk about. I'm gonna fucking come. I know what I can use. We'll use this one. That one, not that one. Here we go. We'll use the BBC one. Love me some BBC. Folks, for those of you who follow the deep Vosh lore, you might know that I recently had a few conversations, some of which took place on stream, on the subject of land back. The idea that one of the ways that we can amend the massive cultural, social, legal, economic, everything disparity between indigenous people and non-indigenous people, one of which I guess would be myself, would be to return land to the tribes, essentially. See, here in the United States of America, we have something called a reservation system. And this system is famously free of controversy. Nobody has a problem with it. No, of course, it's horrible. Everyone hates it. Man, how do I even begin to describe? I've done a lot of reading in the past couple of days, so I'm gonna flex my reading a little bit. Okay, here's what we're gonna share. So, to those of you who were in history who class, at some point in your life, at any point in your life, you may remember that you know, all of what is now America kind of used to be a native reservation, except it wasn't a reservation in the same way that an entire continent of wildlife wouldn't be a zoo, because it was just that it was just them, and they were doing their own thing, and we messed that up a little bit. We brought a lot of we brought some disease, and then we brought some guns, and honestly, calling Native Americans animals SMH. That is not the parallel that was being drawn, okay? Anyway, we messed it up a little bit. What we have now is a reservation system where I want you to imagine this, okay? The difference is, think of Europe, okay? Okay, now suppress your bile. I know, Europeans. But you know how there are a lot of differences between Europeans? I mean, there are like a lot. Like even the differences between Welsh and English people, and they're right next to each other. But then you go further, what about like Spanish and Polish people? Like, holy shit, there are some big, wide differences. Well, the breadth of difference, the diversity that you see there was about what you would expect to see from people who used to inhabit North America before we came. A lot of different folks, you know? Excuse me. Sometimes they got along, sometimes they didn't get along. Great, phenomenal. That's how life is. And when we came on over and we started displacing them and moving them, you know, and killing them, we would make treaties and then we would break those treaties and we would say, okay, no more, finally, for sure, this time you get to keep your land. And then we would break that treaty and then we would kill them so there would be nobody to complain about the people whose treaty was broken. And we kind of settled on this reservation system where in many cases, tribes with very different cultural pasts and histories have been sort of squished together. And if you took 2 history classes, you might remember that's one of the reasons why Africa and Europe, Africa and the Middle East are in bad straits today. Because when the colonizers came and they kind of divided up the land into different nations that corresponded to the colonial properties of the European nations that were occupying those areas, we didn't really draw lines with respect to the actual like cultural boundaries in those areas, meaning that a lot of people who hated each other got put together in the same country, and a lot of people who got along got segmented, and it was just a whole mess. And we kind of did that over here too. And the reservations just don't work, folks. They just don't work. They don't really preserve like much in the way of like the cultural the cultural history of the people who live there, because to a lot of indigenous people, attachment to the land is super important. And they got shelved off their land, and they've been squished together with other people of different traditions, and like we don't know. And reservations are just not good. They're just not good. They're poor. They're crime-ridden. I mean, what are you gonna do? Like? Obviously, of course, that's what happens when you take these communities and you throw them out in the middle of a fucking, you know, illegally segmented area with very little sort of, like, it's so fucked. I can't even get into it. So, a lot of people, myself included, have talked about what to do. Because here are the issues. If we get rid of reservations as we know it, cool, great. The issue is, like, well, fuck. Well, now indigenous people just have pretty much no choice but to integrate into our main system, you know? Which, for a lot of them, this is a fundamental incompatibility because the cultural and spiritual values of a lot of indigenous tribes are fundamentally antithetical to the systems of commodification which are common to, you know, current modern liberal capitalism. They just can't, it doesn't work that well, you know? Now, I want to be really, really, really clear about this. I don't actually think there's a right answer with regards to, like, land back or, like, you know, indigenous issues. Now, we can, like, you know, jerk ourselves off and talk about the decommodification of all land, but, like, holy, like, come on. That would be like, to say we can fix indigenous issues by decommodifying all land would be like saying to, like, a black person, like, dude, just wait. We'll get rid of racism when we get rid of all class distinctions, bro. Like, no, let's talk about, like, what we can do now before the end of capitalism, preferably. And I don't really think there's a right answer. On one hand, I don't really like the idea of American citizens who are born here in America and have lived in America and, you know, their whole lives. And then we just kind of make them indigenous territory. We make it tribal land. We just sort of like, whoop, we just scoop them up like, oh, sorry, Jeff. You're not subject to state law anymore, my friend. You've been supplanted. But I know, fucking Jeff, right? You're the legal system you live in has been supplanted by the indigenous, the tribal legal system. So what are you gonna do, Jeff? What are you gonna do? Move? A lot of people call this woke ethno states, which is a little bit reductive. I recently had a conversation with somebody on stream about this subject. Excuse me, I slept terribly last night. And I will say this. I will say this. Generally speaking, overwhelmingly speaking, Indigenous rights advocates are not advocating for anything even remotely approximating an ethno-state. I have never heard of an organization associated with Indigenous advocacy ever saying, like, we need to get rid of the white people, get them off our land, we're gonna take the land and get them off. That being said, there are a lot of fucking people online who do that shit, and you all are fucking degenerates. Quit ruining the reputability of your legit Indigenous rights movement by turning it into a cringy fucking 17-year-old tanky circle jerk about how you're going to send the whites back to Europe. Okay, you got to cut that shit out. Because when I had that conversation, I had a lot of people telling me that I was like a colonizer and whites get out and fuck white people and all that shit. Yeah, it was like those black separatist types. And what they can do is they can manipulate the sympathies of left-leaning progressives like us by legitimately caring about like the plight of a oppressed group, but then expressing that in a disgusting way. So there are people who are like that. And to those people, hey, listen, if you want me to go back to Europe, okay? Hey, listen, come and get me, motherfucker. But so with the hypothetical threat of forced deportation of white people taken away, because let's be realistic, and I do think it's important to say this so we don't fall into the trap of victimizing ourselves. There is literally no chance whatsoever of people of European ancestry ever being deported from the United States of America on account of some sort of indigenous ethno-state thing. Let me tell you this, the moment that was even suggested in any higher hall of power, America would nuke every reservation on this country, okay? I want to make this clear, we are not the victims here. If anyone ever went to Congress and they were like, we would like it if the white people went back to their land, the fucking Blackhawks would already be deployed over the indigenous reservations, okay? So we are not in any way, shape, or form a threat here. So let's focus on what matters. Let's focus on helping people who need help. Ignoring the LARPy dipshits who ruin absolutely everything with their extremely hyperbolic, reactionary tendencies. So, abolishing the reservations, I don't really like that because that kind of just forces indigenous people to abandon their culture to some extent to integrate into ours, unless they want to go do Burning Man 24/7 and just live out in the middle of the desert with no support whatsoever until they all die, which probably isn't great. I mean, that's not a great answer, And likewise, I don't really like the idea of like ceding territory. I think my ideal would be like an I feel like my ideal would be I feel like an abandonment of the reservation system, but leaving certain areas like deferred to tribal law, but integrating them economically into the rest of the country, meaning that these places can turn into like a thriving, kind of like the way that there are other cities in America that are thriving cultural hubs for other like communities, like New Orleans. There are parts of New York and Los Angeles, for example, that have well, Chinatown is more of a tourist trap, but like if you take Chinatown, make it less cynical, stretch it out over an entire province, and don't call it Indigitown, then I think there should be a way to allow indigenous people to incorporate into our country in a way that allows them to preserve some of their cultural traditions. Why not make them states with autonomy? The issue with that is then they would all die. The problem with that is we've seen this in the reservation system. It doesn't giving like autonomy, in that way usually leads to a removal of funds and of support that hurts them in very severe ways. It's like a balancing act where the more that you allow them to preserve their like cultural heritage, the less easy it is to allow them to function the same way we do in like capitalism. It's really, really difficult. I don't think there's like one country, two systems, Pepe. Yeah. I don't think there's an easy answer to this, like at all. At all. Whatever, I think one thing we can all agree on though, like a really, really easy like first step is we should probably be deferring more money to programs which provide support for these communities, okay? Like a lot of reservations like are in food deserts, they have shit education, they have very, very, very little like equitable access to food, and a lot of the food they do have access to is overpriced. because like the supply lines are fucked, you know? If you live in communities on reservations, like shit's going to cost more because all the fucking supply freight trains and trucks that you have to send over there, it takes longer for them to get there. There's less, for them to take advantage of there. So just the entire system is just skewed against them. So I think in the short term we can agree more equitable distribution of resources, investment in their communities, and I guess one thing that I want to like end on before we get to the real meme. God, fuck me, dude. Really woke up with like a bug in my throat or something. One thing that really I want to stress is that I don't give a I don't inherently give a shit about any community's culture at all. um the Italian propensity to talk with your hands means exactly as much to me as indigenous people's respective ties to the land. What I care about is human happiness. So when I say we should make an effort to allow the equitable distribution of resources to indigenous people while also allowing them to preserve their cultural traditions, I'm not doing this because I have some sort of specific reverence for indigenous traditions. It's not saying because like theirs matter more than us. It's just a matter of how much it means to them on like like on a cultural level, I think. And it very clearly means a lot to them because there are a lot of indigenous people who would literally rather fucking waste away on reservations where they're around their own people practicing their own traditions than they would have the potential to integrate and abandon those traditions. And that means it matters a lot to them. And in a utilitarian sense, that means it is important to care about their culture, not because it's their culture, but because they care about it. Um, so I've said a lot of stuff, and I've arrived at the incredibly woke and brave conclusion that we should give money to oppressed indigenous minorities. I know, very big brain. Oh wait, I do want to address one thing. Integration is colonization. I'm of two minds on this one. Okay? Integration can mean a lot of different things. Integration and assimilation can both mean different things. So first of all, in many ways, assimilation is the mechanism of colonialism. We know what we did with the fucking schools in Canada and America where we would literally like steal indigenous children, like, what was it, like save the man, kill the beast or some shit like that. And we would make them do they comb over their hair, and we would forbid them from speaking their own languages. And like, it'd be like this whole thing. Very cringe, not very cringe, not based, folks, not based to do that. It's genocide. It's deliberately destroying their culture. However, that being said, as a proud practitioner of liberal social values, I think that if indigenous people want to um, integrate into the broader dominant culture, I think that's their right to do so. I want you to imagine, for example, that we're not talking about indigenous people, we're talking about Amish people, who are also, in many ways, a sort of repressed and very culturally exclusive community that lives in autonomous regions within our country. If people who were Amish, like Amish kids, wanted to like make efforts to integrate into our broader culture, I think we could generally agree that's probably a reasonable thing. People do, when they're born into certain cultural enclaves, form a bias towards the communities that they're born into. And it's never actually easy to know what people would really want absent those biases. It's entirely possible, by the way, that if I wasn't born into the United States of America with my crazy fucking bias towards American culture, then I would probably be way more amicable to moving somewhere else and living my life outside of this hell country. We're all subject to the biases we're kind of ingrained with, growing up. And unfortunately, I do sometimes feel like when we talk about this, assimilation is colonialism. We're kind of talking over the wishes of the indigenous people who do want to integrate, which I know do exist. They just typically aren't the ones speaking on behalf of indigenous rights issues. And if we're doing that, then we're kind of de facto segregating ourselves and segregating them. Indigenous people are supposed to do this, and white people are supposed to do this. And indigenous people assimilating, well, that's a product of imperialism. So they shouldn't be doing that. and they should have their own schools, and they should have their own thing, and they should stick to their culture, because the alternative is the passive osmosis of cultural imperialism forcing them to join us. There's not really like a hard answer here. I'm just saying that there's a lot of like weird, wacky, fucking miasmic problems here with regards to individual choice. You agree with that, right? Is this being unreasonable? I am trying. This is the most nuanced and tiptoey I have ever been in my entire life. Okay, holy shit! I have never in my life danced around a point so hard. I think it's a super local issue. Yeah, totally. It's complicated. Yeah, totally. Half of you said no and half of you said yes, but some of the people who said no were also agreeing with me. Did I do a double question where I was like, you agree with me, yeah? You don't think I'm being dumb, no? And then so people who are saying yes and no are conceivably... Okay, yeah, I did that to myself. All right, well, the point that I'm laboriously getting to here is based Commander Supreme Court Areno Gorsuch, appointed by Donald Trump, what a play, has ruled along with the liberal judges that Oklahoma is actually Native American land. Whoops! Sorry, Trump. That didn't go according to plan. Oh no. So, I was actually in shock when I saw this this reported. I thought like it was a meme, or like maybe it was like a hyper inflammatory, take on a similar okay. So basically here's what happened, okay? And it's not the instigatory incident's not as based as you think, okay? So stick with me for a second, okay? So a person called Jimsy McGirt was convicted 23 years ago of raping a little girl. Not based. But then it turns out that McGirt was tried and convicted under state law. However, his argument was that because of old Native American land treaties that America has failed to recognize but are still nonetheless in effect, the territory in which he allegedly raped that little girl was actually Native territory and not Oklahoman territory, meaning that he is not actually under the jurisdiction of the state law under which he was tried. So he played sort of a reverse Uno here. So I know indigenous rights, folks. So he was thinking, I could get off for this rape if I point out that I was not legally under the jurisdiction of Oklahoma state law. And it went all the way up to the Supreme Court after years and years. And hey, so it happens, that's actually true. And the Supreme Court, on a 5-4 decision, has now confirmed that we're not ignoring it anymore. Half of Oklahoma is native land. These are old American treaties that were not that weren't being respected, but they were still legally, valid. And here we go. Damn. Isn't it all native land? Well, not according to the treaty. I mean, if you go back far enough, like culturally, yeah, it's all native land. But in terms of the treaties that we signed, I'm pretty sure, like, if you go through, like, the old congressional archives, you'll probably find evidence that about a third of the landmass of this country was promised to native people. And we never took back that promise, So this might be the beginning of a very large trend, very, very weird trend. But I will say this, as uncomfortable as I am with the fact that 1.8 million Americans are now under the jurisdiction of tribal territory. Oh, we're going to talk about that. As uncomfortable as I am with that, Jeff was real. You thought Jeff was fake? Jeff was real, motherfucker. Jeff is right. Jeff is there. And he now lives no longer in the legal jurisdiction of Oklahoma. So I will say this, as uncomfortable as I am with that, man, we kind of deserve it, though. If there's any way in which the expansion of the reservation system is probably, like, legitimized, it would probably be because America was so sloppy and so disgustingly dishonest with its Native American treaties that somebody just pointed out we never technically gave up the land legally. And the Supreme Court's like, well, we kind of we kind of did that to ourselves. It's like it would be like, how do I put this? I'm trying to think here. Yeah, it would be like, I don't really like the idea of the US government just giving black people money. I think that reparations can be done in a more intelligent way. But if somebody like looks at an old document from like 1872 and finds out that actually every descendant of a slave in America has been promised like this and this, and they're like, "Hey, buddy, fucking pay up," then I do think that an adherence to the laws of our nation and the history of the laws of our nation supersedes the whatever moral considerations I would have for doing these out of the blue. When are they going to draw new maps? Well, let's actually talk about it, folks, because this is some pretty wild stuff. Now, pardon me for just reading from the article, but Thursday's decision in McGirt versus Oklahoma is seen as one of the most far-reaching cases for Native Americans before the highest U.S. court in decades. The ruling means some tribe members found guilty in state courts for offenses committed on the land at issue can now challenge their convictions. So yes, this means that there are actually going to be probably thousands of convictions overturned because these indigenous people were tried under state law rather than tribal law. Which is, I mean, let's not go two ways over it. A lot of these people are probably very bad people who are going to be released on this. But laws are as laws are. I mean, the person who actually set this all in motion apparently raped a girl, so what are you going to do, right? Only federal prosecutors will have the power to criminally prosecute Native Americans accused of crimes in the area. Yeah, because reservations are still technically a part of the United States of America in a legal federal sense. Tribe members who live within the boundaries may also be exempt from state taxes. Jeez. According to Router's new agency, some 1.8 million people, of whom 15% are Native American, live on the land, which spans 3 million acres. Justice Neil Gorsuch, a conservative appointed by the U.S. President Donald Trump, sided with the court's 4 liberals and also wrote the opinion. Damn, he even wrote the opinion? Holy shit, Gorsuch! Dude, Gorsuch's popping the fuck off. Daddy Trump must be very angry right now. That's insane. He talked about the Trail of Tears. I didn't know conservatives knew what that was. What the fuck? The U.S. government said at the time that the new land would belong to the tribes in perpetuity. Because Congress has not said otherwise, we hold the government to its word. The ruling overturned McGirt's prison sentence. He could still, however, be tried in federal court. Oh, McGirt, now 71, was convicted in 1997 in Wagoner County of raping a 4-year-old girl. Oh, we went younger than I was expecting with that one. Well, hopefully that case gets moved over to the federal. We can only hope. Maybe. Pretty sure it's illegal to rape 4-year-old girls in federal court as well. I'm not a lawyer, but that is my... Man, the gall of this guy. He did not dispute his guilt before the Supreme Court. Oh, so I didn't need to say alleged. But argued that only federal authorities should have been entitled to prosecute him. All right, well, good luck. Good luck on that one. But there are more important things to focus on here. How might Oklahoma's criminal justice system be affected? In a dissenting opinion, John Roberts said the decision would destabilize the state's courts. He wrote the state's ability to prosecute serious crimes will be hobbled and decades of past convictions could well be thrown out. That might be true. The decision today creates significant uncertainty for the state's continuing authority over any area that touches Indian affairs, ranging from zoning and taxation to family and environmental law. Yeah, I think that's true. I don't think that means the American government means it gets to skip out on treaties, though. Like, that's kind of a weird thing to say. Like, this is the dissenting opinion of Chief Justice John Roberts. His argument here is supposed to be what's constitutional. So for him to go like, well, yeah, we did promise it, but it'd be bad. Like, okay, don't promise it then. I don't know what that has to do with the ruling. Is that true, Vagar? Okay, we'll look at that in a second. An analysis by the Atlantic magazine said that about 2,000 Native Americans were in prison as of the end of last year for offenses committed within the boundary of the tribal territory, but fewer than 1 in 10 of those cases would qualify for a new federal trial. Interesting. I'm sure there are a lot of really complicated reasons for that. I'm more interested in what happens to the land. In a joint statement, the 5 tribes of Oklahoma, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Seminole, and Muskogee, probably nailed those last 2, welcomed the ruling. They pledged to work with federal and state authorities to agree shared jurisdiction over the land. The nations in the state are committed to implementing a framework of shared jurisdiction that will preserve sovereign interests and rights to self-government while affirming jurisdictional understandings, procedures, laws, and regulations that support public safety, our economy, and private property rights. Really playing the last one right there. I think, so here's my estimation. Here's my guess. Do you guys want to hear my fortune telling here? So there are some people in chat right now who are saying that only people who are registered as tribal members will be subject to tribal law in this province, and that for the rest of the non-tribal people who are in this area, the like 1.5 million Americans, they're only going to be subject to federal law. It looks like they might get to skip out on state taxes as well, so I don't know, there's a lot of wacky stuff going on there. Hey, maybe it won't be too bad, huh? I think that, what even is tribal law? Fuck if I know, dude. I don't know. Tribal law, that's a whole, listen, okay, I'm not an expert on everything. I'm sure tribal law is different, but fine. I don't know. Probably, I would assume. Maybe it's super bad. Maybe it's super based. I have no idea. Now, I think, in all likelihoods, things are probably going to go pretty well here. So, to what extent will the lives of the... Oh, that's true, Ajax. Oklahoma's state budget's about to go kerplunk. We'll see how that goes. Now, my main interest here is to what extent will the lives of the 1.5 million Americans change? I'm very, very curious about that. Will there be a reduction in their taxation? Will there be a reduction in the extent to which they receive benefits from the state? Will it change electoral laws? How much will it affect their, policing systems? Here's the thing. If these folks aren't paying taxes, Oklahoma is not going to have as much money to put into state services. So I don't know. I am genuinely really, really curious. But I will say this. And I'll end on this one, okay? And I'll say this is me spiting all the obnoxious people online who are calling me white. True, though. Who are calling me white. Last time I talked about this, okay? This is a really difficult issue to talk about, I think, in large part because I'll tell you this. Reparations. Reparations are easy for me to talk about because we're talking about giving resources to Black Americans or to Black communities in America, which are still currently a part of this country, over which the dynamic by which we oppress them has been perpetuated up until this moment in time, and it would be an exchange of resources from the government to those communities or to those people. Whereas with the native stuff, it's a little bit more complicated. Reservations aren't like 100% integrated into America the way other communities were. And a lot of the oppression of indigenous people, while still ongoing to a pretty significant extent, has changed massively over the past century, 2 centuries, Because it used to be oppression of indigenous people, it was very black and white. We would just kill them. It was so simple back then. But now we've locked them off into what are essentially like these like woke open air like it's not like they're not like camps, but they're like ranges, and they don't have the resources they need to thrive there. Yeah, which means that is that really that different, like fundamentally, from what like Israel is doing with like Gaza? Like fundamentally. Now, admittedly, we don't have tanks lined up at the edge of all the edge of all the native territories, and we don't like missile strike them, unless, hey, things get real spicy sometimes. But like, is there a really big difference, you know? What if Israel said, like, okay, we'll leave our hands off Gaza, and then they pull off the border, and then just the Gaza and the Palestinians just rot because all their shit's bombed out and they have no money and nobody can trade with them because they're in an economically disadvantaged position. Um, you know? Like, is that really good? Like, is that acceptable? Is that a reasonable answer? Probably not. I don't know if that would make me any less upset with Israel if they like just left their if they just pulled their hands up, you know? But that's what we did with Native Americans. We ruined them in every conceivable way, and then we were like, "Fine, have your shitty plot of land," you know? So we'll see how this goes. What lies in over the horizon? Complete sovereignty for indigenous people? I don't know if that's a great solution moving forward, but that's not up to me, I don't think. Um, like a sort of tiered system of integration where there are areas where indigenous culture is protected very severely, and then areas where it's mostly indigenous controlled, but it's not legally a jurisdiction. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But hey, listen, hope we can get over this soon so white people can stop being guilty, okay? We're going to fix white guilt, okay? We just have to stop doing the colonialism, all right? Nicely done. We're doing it. Brought it around. We're all doing this for white people, okay? We're doing this actually to make us feel better. That's right, baby. And that's how we have to sell all of it, really. Reparations, listen, our guilty conscience, okay? I joke, of course. Wait, fuck, I have to clarify. No individual human being should feel guilty for any of this bullshit because they're white, okay? Don't do that, all right? Okay, all right, okay, all right. There we go. Just clarified. Sorry. Just a joke. Got to make sure. There are always conservatives watching. I don't know how much they think I'm actually being... please pronounce sovereignty right? No, and eat shit. I didn't actually shower before stream today, so if I look like absolute dog shit, it's actually not my fault. Thank you. Apparently Destiny is a comrade. Why would Destiny? I mean, he's like progressive. Here, we'll take a look. All right, what are these links? Apparently it's 15% of natives live on reservations, not off. Oh yeah, sure, but that wasn't the stat that was being referred to in this article. This article was referring to the demographics of the people affected by this. We have to talk about Tim Pool next. All right, what are the clips? Have I heard about this guy called Hakeem? Yeah, sure. Hakeem can talk. These ML YouTubers, they can just DM me on Discord or email me. One time somebody emailed me and they were like, "I am a representative for this YouTuber. Would you be interested?" And like, dude, just email me.
Eskimo says, "Nick, I finally made it. I married a Catholic Filipina girl, and I can't wait to have children with her. America first." Yep. Yeah, you really made it. Congratulations. Congratulations on getting married and having kids. America first. Right on. Right on. Yeah, good job. No, that's good. That's good. Catholic, that's great. But you know, we're also going to want to make some white babies too. You know, don't get me wrong. I will welcome into the world your America first babies. And I will.
Fuentes. Come on, Fuentes. Guys, why do you say mask off? He's literally a neo-Nazi. He's an open... Why do you... Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You know what triggers the fuck out of me? When people say mask off, when I had the debate with Stryker and Allsup, people were like, mask off when Stryker mentioned the Jews. There was not a fucking mask. Go to his website. There's no mask. He never owned a mask. He never bought a mask. It's If he has a mask, it's just a 3D printed fucking face of his own. It's his own face, and he just wears himself as a mask. And then he pulls the mask off, and it's still him. It's... All right, hold on. And what is this? What meme is this?
All right, guys, real quick, I'm gonna play our anthem.
Oh, I saw this, yeah. Right before he talked with... Was that before talking with Alsup? Who did he talk to before...
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh, viewers plenty.
So noted, Sonia. Yeah. You fucking weirdos. It was Nick? Oh, that was before Nick Fuentes? Oh, how fitting. Nice. So it goes. All right, folks. I can only hold off on this dumb bullshit for so long. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm feeling petty today. Can we talk about something real quick? Can we have a quick conversation over here? Can we? Have a quick convo? Where is it? Is it over here? Here we go. Hey, listen. What earbuds do you wear? These are just Panasonic earbuds. I love how they feel. They're the best earbuds I've ever had, and they're only like $8 per. Okay, listen. We're gonna really quickly look at some woke skull shit, okay? I want to talk about it, okay? We chill on this? Now listen, this is not a call to bullying, okay? At all, even slightly, all right? We're not obsessing over this, but I want to talk about what's said, okay?
Stark difference between people like Vosh
This is a segment from somebody's live stream, I think.
and actually the actual left is huge. All right. Vosh is just vaguely leftist fucking positions with the aesthetics of the far right. That's literally it. He appeals to strength and power, and he appeals to racist, sexist, misogynist, fucking transphobic, ableist fucking bullshit.
I just want to say really quickly, does it not sound a little bit like they're choking on tears? I always feel that when people do the whole, like, the phobic, like, train, like, ableist, transphobic, homophobic, transmisogynistic, indigophobic, like, the whole, like, rundown, it comes off sounding, like, really weird.
And then he calls it the real left. And then he talks about left unity. Bitch, the biggest person online sowing division in the left is fucking Vosh. The reason why he's harmful to the left, one of the reasons why, is because he brings over right wingers who want to use fucking hate speech and shit out the fucking ass.
Okay, so if we leave aside this person's, I don't know their pronouns, this person's embarrassing inability to curse properly, I do want to say a couple of things. First of all, I have heard so many people say that I bring over this army of right-wingers. I have never seen this in action, ever. I have never seen this. I have never seen this happen. Now, mind you, when I disagree with other online content creators, I have suffered a pretty significant amount of abuse, particularly on Twitter, because Twitter is a hell site, from people who make fun of me for being... Just so you guys know, it is funny to make fun of people for being white, but it's also kind of like a not good thing to do. If that makes me white fragile, then go for it. Or like calling me like a rapist or whatever. Like, they really, really go for it. I don't see any evidence of my community doing that. I don't think my community is particularly far right, but there is a little bit of truth to this here. As time goes on, I am caring less and less about left unity, as like an inherent virtue. Every time I engage with the broader left, I am further disappointed, by the incompetence and the ideological, I guess, deficiency. It's very weird to me. I think that in this case, unity implies an unwillingness to criticize the people with whom you work, but I would argue that the truest unity is working towards a common goal while trying to improve your comrades. That would be, I think if unity just means like ignoring the ideological failings of the people I disagree, like here, let me give you an example. Let's take a look at some of the communities that I have contested with here on the left. Okay, so the woke scold stuff speaks for itself. These are the people who nearly made ContraPoints, our largest content creator, stop doing what she does. So they're great. You know, they're fantastic. Um, I'm currently going after these like kind of like class reductionist, like enlightened centrist rising crystal ball types. I've been very critical of Jimmy Dore. I've been very critical of Kyle Kalinske. I've been very critical of tankies. We know that. And it feels like every time I engage in this, like, you know, roundabout, like this wealth of criticism, I feel like, oh God, are you ready? Are you ready for the hottest memes? I feel like I'm speaking to like the silent majority of the left in the same way that like Contra kind of does, where there are a lot of people who really, really want progressivism and really, really want the world to be made pushed further to the left, but they don't buy into these really weird like sectarian communities, um, you know, that like branch off. Like I want to be a leftist, but I don't want to be some crazy Bernier buster, like irresponsible accelerationist, you know? I want to be a Marxist, but I don't want to argue that like that Marxism and intersectionality are incompatible with one another, you know? I want to be a socialist, but I don't want to have to defend fucking Xi Jinping, you know? I want to be like an edgy dirtbag leftist, but I don't want to argue that like all forms of progressivism are liberal identity politics. It feels like there are ways to express all these ideas effectively and functionally and properly without like veering hard into these incredibly unproductive online communities. And I hope I never do that myself. I hope I never fall into like this really weird, unproductive. Contra's not a leftist, my dude. No, I think Contra's probably like a pretty suckdem type, but Contra's definitely a progressive, and I'll ally with progressives. I'm happy to ally with progressives. Um, God, man, it feels like over on the right, it doesn't really matter because they're all like orcs, you know? They're all like over on the right, you have QAnon lunatics, and you have like Tea Party fiscal conservatives, and you all have like and you have like neocons, and you have open white nationalists, and all these people have completely incompatible positions on paper, but then the biggest and the strongest one goes, "Urgh!" And then all of them like, you know, like sit up to attention and like organize around the biggest one, you know? Yeah, it's like the Wa from 40K, you know, or from Warhammer, I guess. It's like, so they're really good, even if their views are incompatible. Like, guys, how many free speech warriors defend Trump? Trump is one of the most aggressive anti-free speech presidents that we've like ever had, but he's defended in large part by people who call themselves free speech absolutists. How does that happen? How do these people work together? There are people like Ben Shapiro who are very facts and logic, very data driven, who work alongside QAnon nutters who do fucking Pledge of Allegiances to like 4chan memes, you know? There are people who argue for small government and then will get behind like expansion of the military budget. It's insane. Could it be that they aren't honest about what they really want? Well, that's the thing. I think that what they all want fundamentally is white power, wealth power, except for some Nazgul types like Stryker, male power, chauvinism, and like that's about it. Like they just want like their like certain groups of people to be on top, and they all have different ways of doing it. The free speech warriors get to obfuscate discussions on like politics by arguing that any criticism of bigots is actually, and you know, silencing them and removing their free speech. And the open outright fascists get to get into government and they get to actually remove rights from people. And the white nationalist types get to like engage in stochastic terrorism by fueling the flames of like these far right groups who then terrorize journalists. And then like the Tea Party types argue like we have the economic principle. When you call us lunatics, you're actually arguing against like a plurality of data. It's this huge. So they all like they're it's like the Voltron. Like they're all like different like aspects, and but then they come together and they're like an entirely new and more powerful thing. The left doesn't do that though. When the left goes off into their own little corners, they don't have the same functional like utility that that the right does, and that's the main issue that I have. I care about principle a lot. I care about winning a lot too. You know, I don't want to be the most principled, skeleton in the mass grave, so to speak. So for me, the idea of prioritizing left unity became, as it's known, became less and less like meaningful and less important to me. The more I realized that even the people who I looked up to are not capable of responsibly leading any kind of united left movement. Yeah. So, hey, maybe log off. An excellent suggestion, my friend. Nothing on the internet matters. Nobody's radicalized on the internet, and internet discourse has no effect whatsoever on real world politics. Very big brain suggestion, comrade. No, in real life, leftists are a lot more functional than they are online, but people often become leftists online, which means that we have to get them before they become unproductive, you know? What's more, a lot of people who are functional, pragmatic leftists in real life then go online to be fucking lunatics. There's a lot of interplay between the ways in which we engage in politics online and real life, and it's such a nuanced space. But like, again, what communities have I seen online? You guys remember what leftist communities have I engaged with online that have really given you the impression that these are people who are like unambiguously capable of like leading like, the left to power, like bringing the left to power? I don't know. Yeah, because I don't know. The tankies are politically irrelevant in the real world, and online they just occupy our communism, our socialism, our communism 101, stupid poll, I guess, and a couple of YouTube channels, and all they do there is aggressively gatekeep what Marxism means. Class reductionists are prominent online, right, in the real world right now, but that's because in large part they're being backed by either like well-meaning but kind of like free speech addled people like Kyle Kulinski, where they don't know what free speech extremism actually means, or by corporate stooges like Crystal Ball. People like ContraPoints would be great, but ContraPoints isn't a political activist. ContraPoints is just a progressive online. ContraPoints isn't interested in leading some sort of massive left movement, and also ContraPoints is not a leftist, in the traditional sense. So I don't think that, that we can really, rely on her in that respect. It's just, yeah. So like left unity, it's very, very great in concept. But in practice, you know what I would rather do? I would rather be like, or try to be, I'm being a little bit conceited here, but this is a sincere desire on my part. I would rather try to be like a shining city on the hill of leftism, to do good, to show people a way it can be done, to be motivating and inspiring so that other left communities can get pulled into mine, so they can look at my community and go, wow, we can combine irreverence, dirtbag humor, political awareness, having read all theory, and like pragmatism into an online community without sacrificing any one of those things, And if it turns out to be the case that I'm just going to end up being like another group, like another what's the term? Another like niche, that would be super unfortunate. So I hope that with time we can find a way to broaden and diversify this. And that includes bringing over people like the whingy dipshit who is crying about how I'm secretly a super fascist or something. Because while I have sincere doubts as to how politically functional this particular individual is, I am, they're still a leftist, and their feelings matter to me. This does feel a bit black pill, to be honest. Don't you think these are issues that can ultimately be fixed in the long run? Yes. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I wouldn't be saying any of this if I didn't think I could fix it, right? That's why I'm so delighted by the growth my channel has seen, because now I can look at that and think like, okay, this can be a vehicle for fixing some of the problems I'm concerned about. I would much rather be in the position I am today, where I have, at least in my mind, a responsibility to fix a given set of social problems in the left, than what I was 2 years ago, which was a person with no responsibility to do so, but also no power to do so. I would much rather be in the position I am now, and I'm happy to be where I am now. Anyway, let's finish this.
And think it's not a big deal, just a meme, bro. Meanwhile, the rest of us are splintering into smaller communities where we actually give a shit about each other and respect each other's fucking humanity and shit, and don't use fucking dehumanizing and devaluing fucking slurs to talk about each other.
I think this is I mean, the only person who I call a faggot is myself, but I think this is I think this is really indicative of the limited political scope of this individual. So they frame my community as this harmful, sectarian thing where I have alt-righters in it and so on and so forth. And then they say, our communities are small and fractured, but at least we care about each other and don't say slurs. Okay. That's not everything I want from a leftist movement, though. How would you guys feel if, like, you were reading up right now on like, Brazil? Brazil, you know, Bolsonaro, fascist leader. I hope he recovers from COVID-19, of course. And imagine you read about Brazil and somebody's like, nah, dude, we've got a super active lefty movement in Brazil. And you go online and it's like 47 different like progressive communities where they're all really nice to each other. Is that everything you had hoped for? Are you getting everything you were looking for out of that particular bit of advocacy? Because I would look at that and I would think like, that's great. You've got your Discord servers. Are you like changing anything? You know?
And that's one of the huge differences in it. That's one of the huge points I try to make about him when he talks about left unity. He doesn't give a shit about left unity. He doesn't give a flying fuck about left unity. He wants left strength and left power.
True.
And those things.
Wait, unity is how we build left strength and left power. Is that bad? Wait, is that meant to be like an insult? Yeah. Unity is the vehicle by which we develop those things. Yeah. But that's why I wanted you. Did you think I wanted left unity just for its own sake? Do you think like I have this really fundamental axiomatic drive to just see leftists get along? No! I don't give a fuck if lefties get along. I care if we win. So we can protect people like you. So people like you can continue to cry about people like me while getting your medical bills paid, while not having to worry about stochastic terrorism from white nationalists, while not having to worry about being sent off to war by a fascist president. That's my job. And you can complain, and I want you to complain in peace and freedom and safety. But in order to do that, we need to win.
What he wants is clicks, subs, and likes, honestly.
Yeah,
I know.
True! Okay, I'll own up to that one. That's true. Yeah, I'll take that one. It's true. I do like it when I do good at my job. That is true. I do acknowledge that one. That I do like it when job go good. That's yeah. I'll own up to that one. Fuck, we have to get to Tim Pool. We have to get to Tim Pool. But there's one last thing we have to take a look at, and after Tim Pool we can do donations. I love you guys, okay? One more thing we have to take a look at. Because it's so good. It's so fucking good. They did it. They did it. Some of you have already seen this, probably. A gay pride flag for their LGBT month. And Crystal Ball will say, yeah, well, this is good, I guess, but we have to recognize that corporate hegemony is never going to sincerely, you know, promote the interests of gay people. This is just a virtue signaling attempt to get their attention. And Soccer will say,
you're completely right. This is just virtue signaling. Corporations have been brainwashed by post-Frankfurt neo-Marxist academics who are trying to disseminate an anti-white agenda by educating the wealthy and the children of the wealthy to hate white people in the pursuit of a wokeness cult.
And Crystal Ball will say, well, I don't know if I agree about that, but I do agree that corporations are bad. And Soccer will say,
yes, corporations are bad. You know who else believes that? Tucker Carlson. Let's go to a Tucker Carlson clip, folks.
Cue 2 minutes of Tucker Carlson in the middle of a segment about how black people aren't humans, talking about how corporations are bad because they support black people, but in like an insincere way. Then they cut back to Rising. Yeah, wow, you know, you gotta hand it to him when he says stuff that could be a right or left-leaning position. It's really kind of ambiguous, you know? And then Sagar will say,
yeah, I completely agree. I really do think the insincere attempts to appeal to the interests of BLM on the part of corporations really signals how corporations are furthering the downfall of Western civilization. Really, it is nearly impossible for conservatives to imagine themselves living in the glorious, culturally hegemonous America that they once lived in back 50, 60 years ago, as long as these corporations continue to shill for anti-white agendas.
And then Crystal Ball will say, well, I don't know if I agree about that, but at least we agree corporations are bad. And then the segment ends. That's it. You know, when I was doing that live, because I never write any scripts, when I was doing that live, I didn't know if I had lost the plot or not. But seeing that brought to life with accompanying video, I think I may have just fucking nailed it. I think I may have nailed that one. Oh man, that is so goddamn funny. That's your vid? Rakabakar? Oh, you did a great fucking job. Holy shit. It's true. It is true though. It is true. That is the Rising. I should do more segments. I wish this is what they used. Ah, yes. We didn't even talk about this one. Holy shit. He even cut down on how many words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He cut down 4 words. Pretty impressive. Oh yeah, add Tucker Carlson tonight, hashtag Tucker, and you've got it. There we go. We have to fight to preserve our nation and heritage. Tucker Carlson tonight at Tucker. We did it! We did it, baby. We brought it home. Whew. Yikes. I feel like as time goes on, I'm going to have to do a segment. I'm going to have to do a segment on, like, Trump's increasing efforts to manufacture a coup. I need to. We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that later. I talked about it a little bit in that 4th of July video, but I have to talk about that later. You should marathon Rising was when Bernie was high in the polls. Yeah, of course. You ride high with Bernie. Hey, you know who didn't vote? Who didn't want Bernie? Sauger. That's my That's my challenge. That's my fucking challenge to these people. Find me one of these right-wing populists who is voting for Bernie Sanders, okay? If you do, then I will admit. If you do, then I will admit that this was probably a person who I can find some sort of political rapport with. But find me. Because I guarantee you, every single one of these motherfuckers, in spite of that being the most left-leaning person with regards to class, to run for president at least 100 years, to have a decent shot, I guarantee you, 98% of these fucking right-wing populists who are so concerned about the working class had some convenient reason not to. Like he was too into idpol. That was Sauger's defense. He was too into idpol. You know? Too identity politics driven. Which, if you translate it, means I will support the workers as long as it's the white workers. As long as it's not black. Listen, I will help the workers, but I dislike minority groups so much that I would rather give up both minority rights and worker rights than I would accept both. Okay, you can meme. I'm right. Nah, you don't like virtue signaling idpol too? Libraven, how do you consistently manage to have the stupidest positions imaginable? Virtue signaling. For one, virtue signaling doesn't mean anything. For two, what do you mean idpol? We're talking about fucking Bernie Sanders. Do you think Bernie Sanders was virtue signaling liberal idpol? Like, how far left do you have to be before it's sincere, you know? What are we talking about? All right. If you say the past 100 years, you include Eugene Debs. True, so wouldn't it be past 90 years and then Eugene Debs is left out? I don't actually know what Eugene Debs' like policies were. All right, Tim Pool. Like, I know what he believed in, but I don't know what he ran on, you know? All right, Tim Pool, Timcast, let's do it. Let's do it. Some nice memes.
For those that aren't
Can't
familiar,
stop,
Matt
won't stop.
Taibbi is a
Stop!
liberal journalist.
No, I said, no. When I said can't stop, won't stop, I was referring to myself, not to you, Tim. It's Timmy time. Ugh. I'm wearing my short shorts today, so they're liable to ride up my thighs and expose my bare thighs to my chair, which is uncomfortable and makes me sweaty. You know, when I first heard about Tim Pool, I was like, oh, just like another dumb skeptic. And now he's one of the most influential political figures on the internet. I shit you not. With like a combined total like 70 to 80 million views between all of his YouTube channels every single month. That's a lot. And I've talked about Tim Pool plenty. I'm going to talk about Tim Pool more. We're not done. We're not even close to being done. So Tim Pool's basic shtick is that he's wrong about everything. It's actually astonishing. He doesn't even have like the intelligence necessary to aptly criticize some of the more pernicious elements of the left. Everything that he does. I recently saw, I think this perfectly sums up Tim Pool to my knowledge. He still calls himself a liberal, despite the fact that everything he says, does, and believes is, pretty far right. He has another secondary channel that he considers, or at least kind of wants to be, a more legitimate journalistic outfit, And that journalistic outfit covered some of the BLM protests. And the comment section was full of people saying that Ahmaud Arbery wasn't jogging and George Floyd died of COVID-19. And they were Tim Pool fans. Even a slight deviation from the far-right politics that Tim Pool typically engages in leads people towards that. And Tim Pool did make multiple videos on Ahmaud Arbery as well. Very classically liberal thing to do. If you look through Tim Pool's content, I mean, he covers basically everything that's happening. And by cover, I mean he reads an article somebody else wrote, while occasionally stopping to look to the camera and say, see, this is how far the Democrats / the crazy left / Biden / the progressives have gone. And that's pretty much a Tim Pool video. But I saw this title and I just couldn't resist. From a Breitbart article as well. A liberal Tim Pool, just pulling from the most objective sources. Army goes full-on far left, condemns MAGA as racist. Let's do it.
Civil War. Yeah, it gets talked about a whole lot.
Tim Pool, I'm supposed to be making fun of you. Tim Pool, you're the one who talks about it. Nobody else talks about it. You're the one talking about it. Every fucking video from this guy, he talks about how a civil war it was just on the brink. We're on the brink of a civil war. Anything. I guarantee, new video on the black Batwoman, civil war. Parasite winning the Oscar, civil war. Chaz, civil war. It's always something.
But I saw this story and I thought it was very important to add context or, just to keep people informed about what's happening, but also to make some predictions. U.S. Army message, make America great again, Columbus Day, are signs of white supremacy. Now, I don't want to overstate this. I guess somebody sent an email out to members of the military that said, saying things like make America great again is covert white supremacy.
True. Very true.
So here's why I want to talk about this. Look, first of all, Joe Biden is absolutely going to start adopting far left policies from, say, the likes of Bernie Sanders and Ocasio-Cortez.
Hey, that's my argument.
We can expect more of that after 2024. And if Joe Biden wins 2020, we can expect a lot more of it. But here's what I think.
Oh, that's so cute. Did you hear how he phrased that? His initial thing was we can expect a lot of that after 2024. Like Trump's going to win in 2020. That's so funny. How are those polls doing, Trump? The fuck am I looking at right now? Wait, we're doing 538, right? 538's better. Yeah. It's like pretty far. Though weren't Hillary's polls also doing great in 2016? No. This is a very, very, very common misunderstanding. That is definitely not the case. Even reputable polling outlets had a 80-20 in favor of Hillary Clinton at the time of election. It was never this far apart, like not even close. Also, if we want to look at like battleground states, it's actually like insane how high. I'm pretty sure in the 14 swing states that we took a look at, I always forget what the swing states are, but in the 14 swing states that we took a look at, 12 of them were leaning towards Biden. It's actually pretty fucking wild. Anyway, right now, like I'm pretty sure I did a video on this, but yeah, right now the math is pretty heavy in our favor. Yeah. When Texas and Florida are both swing states, you've gone a real wacky direction. Your face cam occupies half the graph, bro. Jesus Christ, you can fucking Google it yourself, okay? Picky, wanting to see the actual elements I'm throwing up on screen so it's not just for my benefit. Jeez, what entitled these viewers are today.
I've had conversations with people about whatever civil conflict would look like, and you need to understand that even within the army, not everybody is a conservative. This is something I found really interesting because growing up...
Remember, Tim Pool is supposed to be a liberal who's just criticizing the Democratic Party. So I want you to imagine this video coming from a liberal who's just criticizing the Democratic Party, okay?
In Chicago, the mentality is people who join the military are all far right, all conservative, flag waving, make America great again, right? They're not. There are many people who are in the military who are liberal, leftist. There was a famous photo of some guy, I can't remember what branch he was in or what it was, but he was holding up a sign saying, like in his hat hidden, saying communism will win. He got in trouble, I guess. But here we can see there are people in the army or associated to a certain degree who agree with the far left ideology. So what happens when you're split down the middle? I don't know. I'm not going to tell you, but I'll read the story from Breitbart.
I wonder what far left positions they're referring to here.
U.S. Army email sent after the 4th of July to its military and civilian members included a graphic which claimed saying the phrase "Make America Great Again" is evidence of white supremacy. The graphic listed other behaviors it deemed evidence of white supremacy, including celebration of Columbus Day, the denial of white privilege, talking about American exceptionalism, and saying there is only one human race.
Now, here's my hot take as a far left type. It is true. All of those behaviors are indicative of or evidence to white supremacy. Celebration of Columbus Day? I don't know. Maybe like in a super abstract, like cultural adherence to white supremacist traditions, but not really an inherent, like individual thing. Denial of white privilege is a pretty easy one. Talking about American exceptionalism, that doesn't have to be in a racial context. And saying there's only one human race, So, here's my hot take. Are you ready for it? Get ready for it, okay? You can have a nuanced academic discussion on these, on those, behaviors and traits, and whether or not they're evidence of white supremacy. But you can't have them in a pamphlet distributed at an army base. You can't. Are you kidding me? It doesn't even have to do with it being military. Like, these aren't academics. This isn't like some sort of hyper woke progressive space. This isn't a company with a very, very strict and progressive corporate culture. This is the military. So invariably, when you send out a pamphlet containing stuff like this just looks like lunatic far left bullshit to the average person, And I would even argue, by the way, if I for some reason was talking about American because America is exceptional in many ways. We have the best food, we have the best music, we have the best people. Our land is the best, because we had to kill a lot of people to get it. America is super cool. Honestly, I don't know why we have other countries. If somebody came up to me and they were like, "Wow, you are being white supremacist," and they were being unironic with it, I would feel like, well, maybe they've lost the plot a little bit. Take it away, Tim.
That's right. If you say there's only humans, that's apparently white supremacist. Congratulations. The graphic listed other behaviors. All right, then I'm sorry. The email invited all soldiers and Department of the Army civilian personnel to attend the U.S. Army's Operation Inclusion seminars on July 8th and 9th at the Redstone Arsenal Army Base in Alabama. The email was sent by Cheney P. Pickard from the U.S. Army Aviation and Missile Center using an official government email. The message named the U.S. Army Equity and Inclusion Agency and Assistant Secretary of the Army, Manpower and Reserve Affairs as authors. Okay, there it is. The Army has an Equity and Inclusion Agency.
Okay. Equity and inclusion literally just means anti-racist.
I don't know how I would feel if they had, say, like a communion and confirmation agency or affirmation of faith in the Lord Savior Jesus Christ agency. Maybe they do. Fine, whatever. I'm not.
It must be getting really hot up there in the skull cap. What the fuck is he talking about? Not being racist is a religion? What the fuck does that mean? Equity and Inclusion Agency literally just means they're trying to prevent discriminatory behavior within the military. Like, I would assume? I would guess that is probably its responsibility. I have no idea what that has to do with religion. I bet he thinks he's come up with an incredibly salient point here. I know you think right now the Tim Pool's stupidity is the punchline, but we're not even close to the punchline, okay? Because we're looking at the Breitbart article, okay? We haven't actually looked at the real information.
Big fan of religious branches or agencies of the military. Why are we paying for that?
What?
Rep Mo Brooks,
What does
who
that
caught
mean?
wind of the email, blasted the deeply offensive and racist U.S. Army Operation Inclusion content and demanded the firing and prosecution of Army personnel.
Wait, doesn't the Army literally have chaplains in its ranks? So that if you've been wounded and you're dying on a fucking medic bed, the military actually pays? The military literally pays for religious services. For people of all faiths, I'm pretty sure, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Jewish, or whatever, they keep like a lot. They have like a, religious people on reserve. Yeah, they're officers. Like some of them, right? Like it's not even just like this low level thing. Like you can be in a official religious position, be in a commanding role in the military to an extent.
Who used government resources to distribute political propaganda. Brooks said the email is in clear violation of the Hatch Act, which bans government personnel from engaging in political activity while at work.
And the military paying for religion is a violation of the First Amendment against separation of church and state. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. The First Amendment just says that Congress shall make no effort establishing one religion above others. If the military makes an effort to just provide religious services for like all faiths, if you die, if it's like a non-denominational thing, I think that's good. I mean, I'm not religious, but like, it's probably a good thing for religious people that they can, have their shit done properly when they die. It probably means a lot to them. Yeah. If it was just Christians, then I would agree. But if it's done for plenty of folks, then.
Now here's the graphic. This is a truly sight to. This is a sight to behold. Let me pull this up. Now it's kind of hard to see, but you can see if you look very closely. There's things like expecting BIPOC to teach white people. That's white supremacy. Believing we are post-racial. That's white supremacy. Saying, but we are all one big human family is white supremacy. I kid you not. Then there's overt white supremacy, socially unacceptable, like hate crimes and stuff. That we get. This thing is loaded. All lives matter as white supremacy.
You know what's really funny? Tim Pool is kind of proving the point here that there are a bunch of behaviors that contribute to white supremacy that are deemed socially acceptable because he's literally going over these behaviors and saying, well, this is fine, It's real. So now some of these are really stupid. I'm not defending this chart. Calling the police on black people, like, okay. Now, maybe like calling the police on black people because they're black, but like, you need to call police on a black person, like, color blindness, white silence, white parents self-segregating neighborhoods and schools, like stuff like that is like so it's so ambiguous and so difficult to quantify, that kind of stuff, But then you have stuff like mass incarceration, racist mascots, respectability politics, paternalism. You can make a stronger arguments for those things. This basically just looks like kind of one of those dumb viral images on Tumblr, You know what I'm talking about? Remember those days? Remember Tumblr before they banned all the porn? Everyone left the site, dropped it like a hot fucking potato.
Prioritizing white voices. Make America great again. There it is.
That's true. I'll defend that. Yeah, if you're a Trump supporter, you're either racist or okay with racism. Fucking Tim Pool did multiple videos on like just asking questions over whether or not Ahmaud Arbery was some sort of mega secret criminal who deserved to be lynched in the middle of the street during broad daylight by people who were found by the courts to have said the N-word both before and after the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Which, does lend a little bit of credence to the idea that it might have been a racially motivated attack and not one justified by the circumstances of the case. So, yeah, I'm not too keen on Tim Pool's threshold for whatever racism means.
Make America great again. You say that, you're a bigot. Well, of course, we knew that one, huh?
Yeah.
The seminars are part of a listening tour for the Army's Operation Inclusion, led by the U.S. Army's Inclusion Advisory Team. Disturbingly, the Army chose Redstone Arsenal as the first location on a tour that will cover all Army 4-star commands, Brooks added. Brooks has sent a letter to U.S. Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy demanding an investigation. Numerous Redstone Arsenal employees have expressed outrage to me about the U.S. Army blatantly violating the Hatch Act and, in effect, labeling patriotic Americans white supremacists and racists if they say or do dozens of things outlined in the U.S. Army email.
Anyone who describes themselves as a patriotic American is a white supremacist. I don't care. Anyone who self-describes as a patriotic American is absolutely a white supremacist. Absolutely. That's the easiest call I've ever made in my life. Now, I could let Tim Pool go for a while here without interrupting him, and that sounds like a lot of fun. So first off, let's take a look at this Hatch Act that keeps being referred to. In addition, all military members, including National Guard and Reserve Forces, are prohibited from wearing military uniforms at political campaign events. That's pretty nice. The Hatch Act allows most federal employees to actively participate in political activities on their own time and outside the federal workplace. There are significant restrictions on fundraising. May not engage in activities that associate the DoD with any partisan political campaigns or elections, candidate, cause, or issue. The limitations of participation can be found in DoD Directive 1344.10, which we are definitely not going to read. Oh, but they provide a summary. How nice. Members of the armed forces who are on active duty are permitted to express their personal opinions of political candidates, make monetary contributions, sign a petition, and attend political events as a spectator. Members on active duty may not participate in partisan activities, such as soliciting or engaging in partisan fundraiser activities, serving as the sponsor of a partisan club, or speaking before a partisan gathering. Okay, so now let's talk about this. So I'm going to ask you guys a question. It's going to be a little quiz question, okay? We can all learn, all right? This is going to be sort of a democratic exercise, okay? So, guys, based on what we've seen so far from this Breitbart article, what is the impression that you have gotten from this letter being sent out demanding people attend this progressive event, saying you're racist if you do this or that? Do you think this is a fairly irresponsible? Do you think this is probably like an irresponsible, like cringe? Or do you think it's like, fine, people are, well, we know they're overreacting, but like, what do you think? One, if you think it's cool. Two, if you think it's cringe. I'm seeing mostly twos. Some ones, some twos. I'd say it's mostly two, maybe 70-30. There we go. Now, the irresponsible and the people are overreacting are probably pulling from the same voter pool there. Splitting the vote, baby. Oh, you guys just wanted to make a penis with the poll. I see. That's what you do every time. We need to make it so that polls done in this chat don't actually display results until after the vote tallies are counted. Because you people are not helpful. Well, don't worry, folks. I have something helpful. Context. Here's an actual news organization, albeit a shitty one, reporting on the exact same piece of information. So the way Tim described it suggested that the military sent out this email demanding all its members not say MAGA or they're racist. Let's hear what actually happened. The U.S. Army is investigating how a handout distributed on a base in Alabama initially included a description that the phrase MAGA was a form of covert white supremacy and therefore racist, which it says was sent out in error and immediately recalled. On July 6 at Redstone, officials distributed a handout to personnel that included 2 unapproved pages that were sent out in error and immediately recalled, Amy spokeswoman Cynthia Smith said in a statement. The slides were to promote the Army's so-called listening tour under a program it calls Operation Inclusion, a new initiative to improve diversity and racial inclusion amongst the military. So on and so forth. So let's be perfectly clear. This was not the military disseminating far-left propaganda. This was one military base immediately recalling a pamphlet after 2 pages of that pamphlet were deemed inappropriate for the advocacy for the political civil war incoming, baby. It's top. Boogaloo is happening. It's it. Far left, far right. They're going to duke it out. Military bases are going to erupt in flames. This is unbelievable. This is worthy of a fucking 250,000 view YouTube video where we talk about how civil war is. He literally, the first words in this video were civil war. That's not a joke. That's the first thing he said. Now even the military has gone far left. Army has gone on full far left. How can anybody call this guy a fucking journalist? No wonder he's reading from Breitbart, because Breitbart doesn't mention the fact that the military immediately recalled it, that the military deemed it inappropriate, that it was at one base, and that it was handing out pamphlets. Now, from what it looks like, this little event that is being organized, this little diversity and inclusion event, is no more a violation of the Hatch Act than any other similar push for inclusivity in the military, which has been going on for decades because, as it turns out, the efficiency of the military does not give a fuck about your racist bullshit, Tim Pool. The military wants to be racially inclusive because if it isn't, it gets less soldiers. You see? It's like that old quote from 1984, you know? How the irrationality of authoritarianism is always kept in check by the threat of your militaristic neighbors. 2 + 2 may well equal 5 in your schools, but on the battlefield, 2 + 2 must equal 4. And that's what we're dealing with right now. The military does not have time for your horseshit. The military was out there in large part against public approval, sending black folks out to die for America during World War II. And even in wars prior, you know, the Union had black soldiers fighting alongside it. And in order to do those things, the United States military had to engage in programs which would today probably be referred to as diversity and inclusion programs. Now, would I love to be a fly? Yeah, the latter half of the Civil War. Would I love to be a fly on the wall at some of those meetings back during the Civil War? The real Civil War, not the one Tim Pool keeps crowing about. Fuck me, that would be funny. Like the recently freed slaves and the Union soldiers, like, they can hold guns. I don't know. But the point is, the military really does not have time for your nonsense when it comes to stuff like that. When the military is bolstering racism, it's against the racism of other people it's about to kill. Like, you know, all the anti-Muslim racism that was found to be a specific part of an indoctrination program held by the military following 9/11, you know? But nowadays, that's not as politically expedient. Whatever the case may be, the fact of the matter is that Tim Pool is either through negligence or deliberately omitting massive portions of this story so he can over-exaggerate its importance and frame this as evidence that the military is going far left. Because Tim Pool, who is... Well, I won't call Tim Pool a fascist, but I will say that constantly overestimating and subsequently underestimating the presence of interior and exterior threats, believing there must always be a plot against you, is a pretty important component of fascism. That Tim Pool has to constantly be chasing shadows across the wall. The military literally made a push for Japanese enrollment in the military at the same time they set up the internment camps. Yeah, and didn't they do really well in the Pacific Theater? Was it the Native Americans or the Japanese who did insanely well in the Pacific Theater during World War II? Like, weren't they the most decorated regiment in the entirety of the American military during World War II? It was the Navajo Codebreakers, right? That was the Native Americans, yeah. Yeah, the Japanese did really, really well, too. Because the Japanese weren't sent to the Pacific Theater, yeah, because that would be kind of a conflict of interest, at least in their minds, you know. Also, generally speaking, if you're going to send your people to kill a foreign army, you want to make sure that they can't speak the same language as the people who you just shot. That's generally a bad idea. When you shoot a man and you see him like screaming and dying over there, you don't want to understand him when he's calling out for his mom, you know? Just classic military tactics, you know? Some people have actually posited that the tendency for countries to all teach English these days is actually a great deterrent against warfare and American imperialism, at least in the traditional sense, military imperialism. It makes it easier to engage in economic imperialism, though, because they speak our language, which means we can trade with them more easily. But I heard that said once. I don't know if I have like hard data on it, but yeah. little morbid, but you know, that's it. We just got to teach everyone on Earth English, and then we won't fight because it'll be too sad for us to fight. Anyway, yeah, the point that I'm laboriously trying to arrive to here is that Tim Pool is, if Tim Pool were an actual journalist, doing this would get him disbarred from his profession. He is either omitting a massive amount of information, he is or he is being so negligent as to avoid it. Oh, this is nice. The Army did not specifically mention the Make America Great Again phrase in its statement, long used by Trump and its supporters, only saying the Army does not condone the use of phrases that indicate political support. So that's nice. Like again, like the military isn't embroiled in this culture war shit. But he'll try to frame it as though they are. You'll notice that because I'm a responsible person who doesn't lie to you for money, like Tim Pool does, I have never made a video where I try to frame the military as being this hyper far-right organization. The military, I mean, that's a big deal here in America. We have by far the largest military on Earth, and at no point over the history of this channel have I tried to embroil this organization in, I guess, the culture war. And the reason why I do that is because the military and its internal culture is complicated. And I think that invoking and ascribing political opinion to that culture is something that should be done very carefully and very lightly. But I am not Tim Pool.
You call it political, I call it religious. Fine, I don't care. Shut it down. I'll tell you what, man. The U.S. Army has an Office of Inclusion and Equity. Yeah, what do you think happens when the morality police come to your neighborhood? Do you think the Insurrection Act will protect you? Do you think the National Guard will protect you?
What?
No. We are in very strange times, I might add. And
so I think what he's suggesting is because the military has an Office of Diversity Inclusion, that means the military is going to roll down American streets finding Trump supporters and killing them. What the fuck is he going on about? How can anyone believe this fucking guy is a liberal? Are you kidding me?
You have fanatics who are tearing down statues. And these fanatics are a part of the army.
What? Everyone is a part of the army. Anyone can enlist. Is there some evidence? Wait, I'm sorry. The statue tearing down has taken place in the past few weeks. Do you have any evidence that any of the people who engaged in that behavior are off-duty military officers? Yeah. What are we talking about? Again, this is why Tim Pool talks about civil war so much, because he's trying to prime people for one. He's trying to, provide all of you the necessary emotional information that you need to prepare for one. Tim Pool is legitimately one of the most sinister and dangerous people, like, currently engaged in political discourse. This guy is fucking crazy.
Brooks added McCarthy to answer the following. 1. Who within the Department of Army is responsible for the creation of the email and document? Who within the Department of the Army approved the email and document? Pursuant to the creation and approval of the document.
So this is literally just somebody asking about
violation of the Hatch Act or held accountable for their actions. If it is found that a violation of their illegal conduct. Look, the office of...
Copies of the letter also went to President Donald Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Attorney General William Barr. Holy fuck, these people are such Karens. One army base immediately recalls the last 2 pages of one document, one pamphlet that it printed, and this guy's like, excuse me, do you have any idea the depth of which you violated the constitutional rights of this country? I have provided you this email, and I have sent copies of it to Donald Trump himself, as well as General Attorney William Barr. Like, holy shit. They're like, I want to talk to the manager of America. These people are Hey, who's the fucking morality police, dude? Holy shit. 2 fucking pamphlet pages get added, then recalled. These people literally run to the fucking the president of the United States.
Of equity and inclusion is itself a political statement. Copies of the letter.
Wait.
Is itself a... Look, the Office of Equity and Inclusion is itself a political statement.
Nice job, dumb fuck. The difference is, it's not a partisan political statement. It's a statement which is essential to the functionality of the military. You know what else is a political statement? We love America. We serve America. Those are political statements. In fact, those are probably the most overtly and obviously political statements imaginable. How can you get more political than literally dedicating your life, laying it down on the line, dedicating 4 years of your life to serving the political interests of a country? Like, that is the most political statement imaginable. The difference is, the political statements that are acceptable are ones that are usually go hand in hand with the functionality of the military. Inclusion and diversity are tools necessary to allow the greatest possible number of people to feel comfortable in the military, which allows them to fight better. This is the exact... We've been doing this for over 100 years. This is not anything new. We did this in the fucking 1800s. Diversity and inclusion is just another word for preventing discrimination from getting in the way of the military's business. But you, Tim Pool, are okay with discrimination getting in the way of the military's business because you are not, as you so claim, a liberal. You are instead a dumb fuck! And a very bad one at that.
Copies of the letter also went to President Donald Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Attorney General William Barr, among others. The Army confirmed it sent out the email but claimed it was sent in error and immediately recalled. The Army has initiated an internal investigation to find out what happened.
There we go. At the end of the article, literally 2 sentences, the last 2 sentences of the originally typed article, they mentioned that it was recalled and sent in error. There we go. Okay. Do you think he's going to change his rhetoric at all now that he realizes that the Army didn't do this intentionally and that it was not, in fact, the product of some deliberate effort to spread far-left propaganda?
On July 6, 2020.
No, he just reads right over it.
Inclusion listening tour handout.
He just reads right over it.
You know what? I'm just so sick of the pathetic inability to call this out. You want to call it the email? What is Project Inclusion? What do these things mean?
What is
They're overtly political. Come on.
Why
is things a violation of the head?
Has he always sounded this unhinged? I'm not joking. He actually sounds crazy. Like actually, like Alex Jones tier. Has he always sounded this bad?
Act. We have religious groups operating as sanctioned agencies within the Army. Spare me.
We do. But literally, though, we literally do that, though. As we discussed earlier, you don't even know. You don't know anything. It's all culture war to you. That's it. All you see is like the woke left in everything, and that's the only political analysis you're capable of engaging in.
They say it included 2 unapproved pages that were sent out in error and immediately recalled. Let me stop and just point out how stupid this is. The entire project should be dismantled because
do you know anything about it? Do you know anything about Project Inclusion?
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh viewers aplenty.
Do you like anything whatsoever? Or are you just like assuming that it's bad? Do you have any idea what its contents are?
Clearly, the slides they sent out represent their political ideology, whether they tell you about their documents or not. If they're going...
Whoa, you don't know that. What if those 2 slides at the end were included in error? What if the person who was putting that together just threw together some shit at the end that didn't go through approval, and then it was immediately retracted, and none of this is a big deal? And it's not some sort of secret fucking conspiracy to provide... Dude, if it was a secret conspiracy, why would they have put those there in the first place? Again, the constant over- and underestimation of the threats your society face. So this is at once a threat so great that they are disseminating far-left political values into the military such that the morality police are going to be marching through Times Square arresting Trump supporters. But also, this is one military base with one pamphlet that was immediately recalled, and they weren't even smart enough to avoid showing the mask off like far-left shit on the bottom 2 pages. Which is it? Here, U.S. Army Project Inclusion. New initiative to improve diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are all things that liberals are supposed to believe in. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are all liberal values. Across the force and build cohesive teams, as directed by the Secretary and the Chief of Staff of the Army. Oh, damn! Interesting. As directed by the Secretary and Chief of Staff of the Army. But it said that that pamphlet was printed out by a different group, meaning the people who are organizing Project Inclusion are not the people who provided that pamphlet advertising it. So there's actually no provable direct link between the organizers of this project and the people who presented that pamphlet. Oh. Wow, are you going to talk about that, Tim? To identify practices that inadvertently discriminate. Dude, we could literally have a segregated military right now. Like, literally, like black and white divisions. And the Army institutes an Office of Diversity and Inclusion to desegregate it. And Tim Pool would be talking about how this is a far-left woke culture. Make no mistake. The language of Tim Pool is echoed in the language of every bigot and every reactionary and every segregationist and every anti-abolitionist and every slaver and every colonialist from history past, okay? This language, that any step whatsoever towards a future which is better for minorities, is a future where the woke police will be marching down the streets to kill you. Every single time. Unquestionably. It's the same language. If we give them just a little bit more rights, us white men will be destroyed by the oncoming woke tide. It's a very, very, very common rhetorical strategy for weak and easily fearful people.
Going to step in and say, we are doing this, and here's the document. Oh, it's just the document that violates the Hatch Act, not the entirety of the program itself?
Seems so.
No. Clearly, the document represents the program they're enacting. Why would removing the document have anything to do with anything?
Because the program... because we literally looked over the code, the Hatch Act, and it said that service members are allowed to attend political events, even if they're partisan, as long as they don't speak at them or contribute to those events directly. And the pamphlet was making a prescriptive argument, which means it could conceivably violate the Hatch Act. If you're so upset about it, dude, you can file a fucking lawsuit.
It's so pathetic. Look, man, Joe Biden is going to be adopting policy agenda, caught stealing agendas again. Here's what they say. Joe Biden is no stranger to plagiarizing.
Townhall.com. Media bias is right. Shut up. Damn, Tim. Factual reporting mixed. Damn, Tim. For a liberal, you sure do rely on a lot of really wacky sites.
And stealing from others. It has been part of his MO for years. It just so happens that Bernie Sanders is his latest victim. Whatever, man. Look, I don't care if he's stealing.
He's so mad. This actually leads me to believe that Tim Pool isn't a grifter. He actually is like a 30 IQ, like fasci, you know? Like he's actually like he wakes up every morning in a cold sweat because he dreamed that he was the statue being torn down, you know? That he was 40 feet of marble in the middle of, you know, a town hall, and he was the one being torn. He wakes up, like it's actually like really getting to him, you know?
The issue is that he's adopting far left policies. We have this cartoon right here on the right, and you can see it. Joe Biden leaning to the far left. So when you have the army...
Oh, look, yeah, wait. Sorry, we missed that. Look at the most popular article recommended here. That's really good. This is a great opportunity to destroy academia. Did you guys see Trump's tweet earlier when he's like, people who come out of the academia are far left. We should take away their tax benefits. That's really good. You know, that age-old... Oh, God. Guys, remember after my debate with Stryker and Alsup, there were literal neo-Nazis on 4chan who were like, we need to stop relying on studies. All the studies from the past 20 years suspiciously lean left. We're going to have to abandon studies in favor of rhetoric. There is no difference in this respect between your average neo-Nazi and your average Republican. Their war on academia is so fucking sad. Why are all these educated people disagreeing with us? It must be the education that's biased. Dave Rubin recently praised Bolsonaro because he was like, well, I don't really know what Bolsonaro's doing, but I heard he's getting rid of SJW stuff in schools. So Bolsonaro used the power of the state to literally shut down progressive-leaning major programs in university, in addition to him being a fascist. But that's what Dave Rubin chooses to focus on. It's the culture war language, dude. Like, these people will literally accept, like, brown shirts marching down the street with like guns, like fucking running into Jew houses to pull out the Jews and shoot them in the street, as long as this could be framed in opening the libs somehow. There is a deep intellectual sickness in the right. This is why I refuse to believe there is any such thing as a right-leaning academic, because they have to phrase all of their prescriptions in the language of the culture war. They can't actually go any farther than that. That's all they can do. Everything, even Trump does this. It's all Gamergate logic. It's all Gamergate logic the whole way through. It's all anti-SJW bullshit, all the way up to the very tippy top of conservative intelligentsia. There are no conservative academics. There are no there are conservative academics, I'm sorry, I should say. There are no conservative intellectuals. Far be it for me to conflate those two things.
Putting out documents that claim Make America Great Again is white supremacy. And you call that out. Hey, whoa, about that. But you're ignoring the fact that they have an equity and inclusion agency, and they're doing tours about equity.
When was this founded? Work with me. Give me the year. Let me click. God damn it. No, stop. Don't get the title. There. We get like a Wikipedia article or something? Click about. The about. No! When was this document signed? I don't see it. Okay, this information cannot possibly be that difficult to find. "2014" in the PDF title? I don't know if that's necessarily... Executive order? Google the executive order. Ah! President Obama in 2011 issued Executive Order 13583, establishing a coordinated government-wide initiative to promote diversity and inclusion in the federal workplace. All right, so this is about 9 years old. This is about a 9-year-old program. Is there any evidence whatsoever that this is perpetuating some kind of far-left agenda? Again, I don't know if Tim Pool recognizes this, but diversity and inclusion is something the military wants on its own for no political reasons other than because it provides it more bodies. He does realize that, right? It was 2019 that the military version came about? The National Guard Bureau has recently merged its Equal Opportunity and Diversity offices and announced... No, it merged its Equal Opportunity and Diversity offices. You disgust me. That's in the first fucking sentence. Civil support team amongst nation's best. Yeah, that's nice. So yeah, I don't know why this is so difficult to find information on. It was either formed in 2011 or sometime between 2011 and 2019. The PDF document said 2014. Whatever the case may be, it would be the burden would be on Tim Pool to demonstrate that they are using this office to push some kind of political agenda. But honestly, again, this is just This is just Tim Pool fighting against the wind here. Because it is in the interest of the U.S. military to desegregate and to engage in diversity and inclusion. And it's in the interest of conservatives or far-right people like Tim Pool to oppose that. So to him, what is most effective for the military is a political bias. he's not actually capable of distinguishing between those two things, you know? It would be the same way that like a radical, like anti-scientific like Luddite, you know, would think that there's a political bias in like trying to develop new medical equipment or something. So to run up to a doctor and be like, you're biased, this is a publicly funded institution, it would be like really, really weird, you know, for the doctor, for the medical technician. But from the perspective of someone like Tim Pool, it makes perfect sense because he's railing not only against progressivism, but efficiency.
And inclusion, and Joe Biden himself is stealing from Bernie Sanders.
What does this have to do with
the whole
Joe
thing's
Biden?
going far left, man? When you have Republican senators that are defending Bubba Wallace and the whole, you know, noose thing,
What does this
the
have
entire country has...
Dude. Wasn't it actually a noose? Wasn't that actually like a thing that happened? God damn it, the times. Yeah, like that actually happened. Why is Tim Pool pretending that this is like a fake thing? He was like a yes and no. What's the full info? Quickly, and somebody in chat, give me the full info. Bubba didn't even report it. He thinks it's like the Jussie Smollett. Apparently it was already there. That's actually an old pull rope. I don't think, from what I heard, none of the other garages had this type of knot. Like, the garage rope was already there, but then it was tied as a noose. It doesn't matter if the rope was already there. What matters is that the tie is new. Why would I be like, dude, I found a noose in my garage. And they were like, well, it's okay, bro. There was already a rope there. Like, dude, there's a cross being burnt on my lawn. Oh, it's okay, dude. It only used wood for my shed. It was tied as a noose? Yeah, no shit. They found images from before that it was already tied that way. It was always a noose, but not sure. Interesting. Facts of the Bubba Wallace noose case show it wasn't a hoax. No hate crime was committed. The noose had been in place as early as last fall, the FBI said. Holy fuck, the FBI? Man, they really got into it. All right. So people just tweeted about it?
You know, noose thing. The entire Biden himself is stealing from Bernie Sanders. The whole thing's going far left, man. When you have Republican senators that are defending Bubba Wallace and the whole, you know, noose thing.
I would be willing to bet the Republican senators he's referring to, I notice his non-specificity here is probably to play his own defense, probably were in support of it when it was believed that that noose was tied specifically to harass the black NASCAR driver, but then when it was found that that was not the case, they didn't. That would be my guess.
The entire country has just lurched so far to the left, you will wake up one day not recognizing it. Now, some people have said to me that, you know, because I've been a bit pessimistic, because like, what is Donald Trump going to accomplish? If the Republicans sweep Section 230 reform can restore free speech in the public sphere.
Nice meme. Oh, he's so delusional. Trump, the 230 reform would destroy the internet as we know it, including you, Tim Pool. Tim Pool, you do realize that your shindig online would immediately, like, there's no way Google would keep you.
Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers.
Also, how internet poisoned do you have to be to believe that shutting down YouTube channels and Twitter accounts will be what allows Trump to win in 2020? There are so many things stupid about this. I had Bastiat on a little while ago to talk about the consequences of removing Section 230, but essentially the gist of it is, if we get rid of it, there is no reason whatsoever why platforms like Twitter and YouTube would ever allow any political discourse. Like, there's no reason whatsoever for them to do that. It would be like the death of politics and political discussion on the internet. Tim Pool already has a lot of money. He probably has an island in mind that he could retire to, but listen, I'm still building up my fortune, okay? I'd like to keep going for a little while longer.
That would be a major step in reversing this trend. But that's only what? 4 years? What happens after this? Now, maybe the American people reject this mass lurch left. Maybe they'll vote, for Trump.
Remember, he's talking about this after one Alabama military base immediately recalled 2 pages from a pamphlet. That's what led into this. This is Alex Jones tier, This is 100% Alex Jones tier. Tim Pool might have turned his camera on and started talking about how he saw a Biden 2020 bumper sticker in a car that, cut him off in traffic, and rambled for 20 minutes about the end of white civilization.
But I'm looking at even the Republicans. They didn't get anything done. They're agreeing with the leftward, the left cultural issues. Some people have said at least it buys time. Perhaps. Maybe that's the case. Right now.
I can't believe people think he's a liberal. He's literally saying the Republican Party isn't far right enough. This dude would be wearing a fucking swastika if he thought it would make him a little bit more money. Easily. That's not, you can say that's hyperbole, but what am I supposed to take from somebody who talks this way?
You have your choice between center right with the Republicans and Trump or far left, and that's it. And even if you vote for Donald Trump because you think it will maybe pull these people back from the far left, I do not believe it will. I'm not saying that it's all over, perhaps, but I think this country is headed to the left, and eventually we are going to be sucked into the black hole. The event horizon of the far left is fast approaching, and we have very little time to actually reverse course and try and restore balance in this country. Section 230 reform, in my opinion, will be an important step in solving this problem.
I wonder if he has a video where he talks about what he thinks Section 230 reform would do, or if he's just latching onto it because it's something Trump mentioned, then he doesn't actually know what it does. Does he think reforming Section 230 would get rid of all of his internet critics? This would get rid of him.
But I'll tell you what, I don't know what you expect of me. When we literally hear that the Army has an equity and inclusion agency, I mean,
he's so triggered by the practical necessity of having a functional military. He's so upset by it.
Look at the U.S. Army Equity and Inclusion Agency. Well, there it is. The Army has created far left intersectionalism branches. That is a religion in the Army. They are there, upholding the good word of white fragility, white rage, and inclusion.
What the fuck?
And they're going to start pushing this fringe ideology. They've begun. With this email, they are pushing the line, and they will continue to do so. The fact that this is the big ask. They come out with this email and everyone goes, I can't believe they would say this. And I'm sitting here going, whoa. But why is there an equity and inclusion agency?
Is it fringe or is it unanimous? Is it far left or is it intersectionality, which has been a staple of very, very basic progressivism for 40 years?
Come on. Not too bad. Eventually they'll say, the email's fine. You can't say MAGA. Trump will lose. And there you go. But, I don't know enough about the Army. Maybe this is a normal
We
thing.
know.
For a long time. Sure, fine, whatever.
We know, Tim. We know you don't know anything about the fucking military. Holy shit. I would love, you know what I would love to do? I would love to bring Tim Pool on, and I would love to have a fucking, like an officer from the military on too, just so the officer could yell at Tim Pool. Why the fuck do you think there's some far left bullshit going on in our Office of Diversity and Inclusion? This is literally just to ensure we have the highest possible number of recruits. I would love, that would be so fucking funny. I would love to see a conservative soldier being called a far left, progressive by Tim Pool. Seeing fucking shadows everywhere, this guy. Tim Pool is a lunatic. We're going to be covering a lot more of him. I had no idea how popular he was. What are the comments like? I've seen so many comments of people saying all lives matter is evidence of white supremacy. Yeah, true. As an Asian, I guess I'm considered a white supremacist because I agree with sane ideas. That's interesting, you using liberal identity politics to try and argue against identity politics. Diversity is literally a black supremacist euphemism meaning less white, more black. That's literally all of it. This is literally anti-racism means anti-white. This is literally the Nazi slogan. Anti-racism means anti-white. This is a highly upvoted, or liked, I guess. Highly liked comment right there. They've infiltrated the army. The end is literally near. The end is literally near. A pamphlet with 2 pages. With 2 pages. Got immediately recalled. When I was in, we were told we had a duty to be as apolitical as possible while in uniform because we represented and defended all Americans, even the ones we don't agree with. Wow. So you might want an office designed to make sure that you are, in fact, defending all Americans. Maybe it could be, well, it would be inclusive because all is pretty inclusive. So that'd be an office of inclusion. And since the additional goal is to ensure that a broad demographic of people can be pulled from to form the military, that'd be diversity and inclusion. Yeah, I'd hope they get on that. That'd be a really useful organization to have. Amazing how all these people hide behind the inclusivity shield and are anything but inclusive. This is a movement that excludes, harass, and cancels. So this is the tolerant left argument. God, these people are such NPCs. Time to kick out the generals? They don't have the loyalty of the fighting men anyway? What the fuck does this mean? Also, I'm pretty sure that your average career general in the military... Shut up. I'm pretty sure your average career general in the military is going to be significantly more conservative than your average soldier. What the fuck does this mean? No more generals? Look at what Shu said about this. True. Shu coming out with a sick-ass take. You're right, Tim. We gotta get rid of these crazy far-left, militant leftist radicals. We'll cut their budget. That'll show them. Cut their budget in half. Then they'll only still be the most well-funded military on Earth. Anti-racism has become the communism of the 21st century. I can't stress this enough. This is literally neo-Nazi propaganda. These are literally this is literally anti-racism is Bolshevism. Like Marxist Bolshevism. This is literally like what Nazis have said. Somebody linked me something, but it's not loading. Mantra.awardspace.us. What does equity and inclusion have to do with fighting the enemy? Great question. You can get more soldiers that way. The fuck does that mean? What does having an HR department have to do with making computers? Well, I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with facilitating proper relations amongst your employees. Or soldiers, in any case. This is a depressing one to watch right before bed. Makes me feel like our country is on life support. Maybe it kind of is. I want to point out that as funny as it is to laugh at these literally deranged fucking maniacs who think that the whole world is falling into some sort of Bolshevik, fucking whirlpool, okay? As funny as it is to laugh at them, and it always is funny, it's important to remember these are the people who go ahead and shoot up black churches, and who go ahead and, shoot up democratic conventions. These people are 100% being primed to kill. It's not going to be long before we see Tim Pool being listed in manifestos, especially after Trump loses in 2020. That's very, very easily, very 100%. I'm in a difficult position right now because I know for a fact that when people who like Tim Pool watch my content, they start laughing at me when I call Tim Pool a fascist because it's like, oh my God, you think Tim Pool is a fascist? You think everyone is a fascist? But it's impossible for me not to because Tim Pool is so obviously a fascist. Everything he does, everything he says, his comment sections are just reappropriated Nazi language being spit up to use culture war terminology rather than like traditional neo-Nazi terminology. It's so difficult for me not to use that language because fuck, what am I supposed to say? How am I not supposed to call Tim Pool a fascist? Tim Pool would be my dream debate. I would love to get him in here. Holy fuck. I would, oh God. Okay. We have to chill out.
A draft of
Careful 948. What is this?
Facebook, YouTube won't be sued if I say something that's defamatory or in other ways causes trouble that leads to a legal problem.
Oh, is this section 230 shit? What's he saying?
However, there's clear guidelines as to what they can remove, and they clearly violate it. Let's read. Section 230 was designed to address court decisions from the early days of the internet, holding that an online platform that engaged in any editing or restriction of content posted by others thereby became itself a publisher of the content and could be liable for torts like defamation. As the title of Section 230 makes clear, the provision is intended to provide liability protection to a provider of an interactive computer service, such as an online platform like Twitter, that engages in, quote, good Samaritan blocking of content when the provider deems the content, in terms of subsection 230C2A, obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable. Subsection 230 broadly states that no provider of an interactive computer service shall be treated as a publisher or speaker of content provided by another person. But subsection 230C2 qualifies that principle when the provider edits the content provided by others. Subparagraph C2 specifically addresses protections from civil liability and clarifies that a provider...
Okay, so to clear this up, basically what it means is that Section 230 prevents internet companies from being held liable when they in any way censor or moderate their content because they are not considered a publisher. A publisher is something like New York Times Online or whatever, NewYorkTimes.com, which means that the actual company that owns that website is liable for shit that goes on that is published through those means. Section 230 says, like, actually, no, it's totally okay to do some censoring. It's totally okay to do some moderation. It does not hold you legally accountable for the content that does get through. Getting rid of Section 230 means that the internet companies would not be able to engage in any moderation or editing whatsoever of the stuff published to their platform. Or else they will be held liable for the totality of it because they will be a publisher, which essentially means that YouTube will have no way whatsoever of moderating content that isn't explicitly illegal, which means that this site will turn into an absolute dumpster fire, Twitter even faster, which means that these sites will probably just prevent certain types of discussion, not in an editing context, but rather as just a means of preventing toxic discourse. Section 230 is the only way the internet is capable of working the way it currently does. The removal of Section 230 would hurt Tim's channel just as much as mine. But again, it's about owning the libs, so it doesn't matter. You know, Tim Pool would eat like a bowl full of shit if he thought he could get a liberal to smell it. All right, we've held it off long enough, folks. Sadly, I think it's time for us to do donations. It's time, folks. Speaking of supporting your favorite content creators, this is an important part, okay? We got to make sure that I can pay rent. I definitely can. You don't need to donate. But you should anyway. Burger Boy, thank you so much for the $5. Am I a class reductionist if I believe all systemic oppression can be derived through a historical analysis of class struggle? Thanks. No, because that would just be like conflict theory. Oh wait, by class struggle, do you mean class in the Marxian sense or in the sociological sense? If you mean Marxian, then yeah, that's class reductionist. Mythaldu, thank you so much for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Oh, is it baby time? I'm never going to get these fucking donations done quickly. Good. Yeah? You want to sit here on the printer paper? What was that? Kelly. He's purring. Orsme, thank you so much for the $2. Kerma with the 2 on sub. Thank you very, very much. Socialist with the $5. Really appreciate that, comrade. No worries. Asajj with the $5. Will and Amber are being canceled by their own fan base for being libs, defending the police, supporting the Harper letter, and saying Eric Garner was no angel. What? There's no fucking way Will and Amber said Eric Garner was no angel. That seems unlikely to me. Adam Flores with the incredibly kind $25. Thank you. If Vosh can't watch the stream because of work, here's my token of support. Also dropping some lib-soaked truths to my co-workers. Have a good stream. Thank you, comrade. And good luck to dropping the truth bombs. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Araxiel, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that, comrade. Kamajak with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Is Haruhi Fujioka from Oran non-binary or a girl? Because we're fighting a Discord chat about it, please. If your gender is determined by your identity, then Haruhi would be a girl, no? Right? Like even if you're going under disguise, you are so lazy you can't even hold your fucking head up. Man bun is cringe, change my mind. Fake animator, it's okay. I'm not personally offended by your very hurtful comment. Matt Cawthon with a very kind $10. Hey Vosh, just want to say Arch is a laughingstock of the 40k lore tube who thinks that he is still a big fish in a small pond and that most fans of 40k usually focus themselves with models. His channel has been going downhill lately. Nice to hear other people don't like him though. Toast, Gijalis, and Teramozov, thank you so much for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate those, comrade. And Thalos with the tier 2 sub, likewise. COVID hater, good luck. Don't get COVID. S-Milf Cocola, thank you very much for the $5. Hey Vosh, I lost my beardy a few days ago very suddenly. Could you show off your little lizard for the stream? It would mean a lot to me. Ah, alright. Only because you lost yours. Sorry about that. You are so fucking lazy. He's still purr. Here, chill out for a second. Let me get the lizard. Flop. So you pooped yesterday. You're not poopy, right? Anna. Look, lizard. Whoa! Chill! Oh, yeah? 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 Alright, hold on. Get on the ground. There we go. Her name is Lizard, and she is dumb. And also probably pretty tired. Get. Nope. Nice try. He thought he was getting a meal. Nope. Co-Star, thank you so goddamn much. Is it even alive? Yes, somehow. Co-Star, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate that, comrade. Happy to have you here. Really glad you're enjoying the content. And, oh god, I'm so distracted right now. I'm never going to be able to do these donations in any reasonable length of time. Alright, baby. Say goodbye. Say farewell.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
You should always wash
oh,
your
viewers
hands.
Plenty.
After handling a bearded dragon. They're not like dirty, but they're not clean either, you know? I made sure to wash my hands before peeing to preserve the, you know, culture and precedent of this community. Okay, we're running through it real quick now. Tev, Lineman, and Zarno, thank you so goddamn much for the $5. Caitlin, you're a stinky woke scold, as per the request of one of these donations. I can take a look at the Serbian stuff, comrade, but no promises. Close for Globus, thank you very much for the $5. Valnerfernaz, the tier 1 sub, thank you, really appreciate it. Likewise, Zakagawia. Why the fuck are people's names so difficult to pronounce? Oscar C, thank you very much for the 666. Nicholas Bergstrom with the 20 kronar. I love Tim Pool, proper cringe. Yes, that he is. Seeing him get all worked up, like, the far left's gonna win. God, I wish. Snared Insomniac with a very kind tier 3 sub. I want my reparations and I want them now. Where's my white reparations at for getting made fun of on Twitter? Where? Mills with the $10. Any advice on how to deal with fascist coworkers who think everyone should stop getting sick with COVID? Should I stop worrying and accept that I'll get sick or keep worrying? Keep worrying. Make sure to keep worrying, okay? It'll keep you alive longer. The Chaos Card and Omelas, thank you both very, 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 very much with the $5. I really appreciate that, comrade. Yes, the Supreme Court did protect indigenous voting rights as well within the week. We did cover that. Mythaldo, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Sergio Ribeiro with the $2. Am I a Silent Hill fan? Not so much, but maybe I will be. I'll play Silent Hill 2 someday on stream. Asapod, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. And Donald Trump Jr. with the tier 1 sub. Libs don't get that most judges are usually not motivated to align with party politics. Sometimes. I don't necessarily think that's true. There are biases. There are very prominent biases sometimes, as a matter of fact. Horse Me and Joe Clem with the $2. I really appreciate that. Difference between socialism and communism. Communism is stateless, classless, and moneyless. Socialism is the abolition of the commodity form, and workers control the means of production, which usually means moneyless. So stateless and classless are the next steps. Popcorn Colonel, thanks to $2. AT5D2D, Derek with $5. Anarcho Gorsuch, very, very true. Tommy D with the $15. Have you seen the documentary Trekkies? The highlight is this highly intelligent but slightly unpolished guy who tends to mispronounce no words. You enjoy the movie, just saying. I have seen Trekkies, as a matter of fact. My father, being a Trekkie, has introduced me to many cultural milestones in the community. Thank you very much. Advit with the $2. Thank you. Mark Blythe. Possibly. I can take a look. Zonia with a very kind $20. Is Vushi Pushi a slur asking for a friend? Well, I just said it and God didn't bleep me out. So yeah, I'd say we're good. Mindforged Radicals, thanks so much for the $2. The Kyle Simpson, your last VOD. Jesus Christ. Wait, what was the like-dislike ratio of that VOD? Oh, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Like 10% dislikes? Whatever. I'm fine with that. Yato with the $5. Please stop further radicalizing me, Vosh. Sorry, no can do, comrade. Once you ride this train, it don't stop. Heavy Water Tread, The Real Lock, Unlucky Days, and Capitalism SX, thank you so goddamn much for the $5, respectively. What do you say to the idea that the primary concern of American voters should be corruption? I don't have like a simple one-off response to that. It would have to be a conversation, you know? Koch to the Real Lock. Hammer Time, Colton Burris, and Hammer Time again with the $2 respectively. Thank you so goddamn much. Any leftist YouTubers you think has it right? Yeah, I think Bo of the Fifth Column's pretty cool, though he doesn't follow me on Twitter, which I consider basically an insult. I obviously think pretty positively of, I obviously think, this is what I want to see. When there's a bad take, don't whine to me. Just Weird Champ. I don't know, I like Contract. I like 3 Arrows a lot. Like a lot. I don't know if 3 Arrows is even a socialist. Yeah, that's true, Capitalism SX. Marx certainly was a pretty fan critic. Evil Bunny, thank you for the $5. Would you consider putting the date of the stream/recording in the description of videos in the future? Maybe. That's just a tiny bit more work I have to do, so we'll have to see. Dokkan and Chess, thank you both so much for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Uwu, Dokkan, you are valid. And Chess, I agree. The difference between safe spaces and advocacy spaces is very, very important. Yadho, I am a big fan of Sam Cedar. Jack, I have not seen the Biden-Bernie Unity Commission's result, but I can take a look at it. Genki K with the $5. Nice neck beard, cutie. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely need to shave. But genetically, most of the beard stays up here on the jaw, which is what matters most, I think. Sir Dudesky, thanks for the 690, comrade. Have you covered/seen the recent anti-Semitic tweets from several professional athletes lately and that their views haven't been denounced much? Yeah, I saw that. Wasn't it like some NFL players were tweeting about how Jews ain't shit and like not much was being done about it? But I heard something on the background was being done about it. I will say this, one of the interesting things about Jews are in such a weird position. So in a material sense, Jews are actually privileged because they have a disproportionately high income. And that cue. But on the other hand, Jews are actually the victims of more hate crime than any other group in this country, like by a massive amount. And what's more, liberals don't seem to care that much about Jewish people. I don't get the feeling like there isn't the same reflexive defense of Jews as there is for like black or Latin people. And even with trans people, we'll have like these big, like, cavalcades of social support. But with Jewish people, it feels like sometimes we're a little more, hesitant to dive in with our defense, which is a little weird because it's not that obvious. It's not that obvious always. Sometimes it's very, very obvious. Yeah. Emerald Rose Boogler Johnson and Oscar C. Thank you so goddamn much, the $5. I really appreciate that, comrade. Billy Drillkill with a very kind $20. Why do people claim this community is toxic? This community is friendly as fuck, never been treated with anything but kindness and respect. Furry gang. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I have always been under the impression that we have an exceptionally, kind and decent community here. I believe that very firmly. I stand by that belief. I have never been shown evidence to the contrary. Obviously, there are some shitters. I'm not denying that, but generally, like, the culture has been good. That liberal guy, thank you so much for the $10. Happy to push you further left, comrade. Emery81 with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Oscar C with the $5. Caution, no diving? Maybe. Arcelia with a very kind $5. Gatlios made this with our ideas on Discord. I present to you a retelling of your debate with Destiny. Made for the CDI. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, it's even so low res. Perfect.
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh viewers aplenty.
I just want to say, I really appreciate you going that extra mile to put my shirt in there. I know I only wear a few shirts, so. Destiny wears lots of clothing, but it's always the same type of clothing. He really likes blue, he really likes button-ups, and he really likes hoodies. So he has like a very like gray or blue. So he is, even though he has a bunch of shirts, he has a very consistent style, whereas I just have very few shirts. Pop Stackles with a very kind $10. Hey V, I'm new to your channel, and I love the depths at which you will go to explain your positions. I notice you disagree with Kyle Kalinske a lot. What am I not seeing? Why the disagreement? There are a couple of key issues I disagree with Kyle on. The main one, I think, being that Kyle has a different understanding of populism and the way forward for the left than I do. I think that Kyle Kalinske just cares about being anti-establishment sometimes, and this will often lead him to hello, shoe on head. Kyle Kalinske will very often, I think, assign unwarranted value to anti-establishment takes that are not actually useful to the left. And what's more, a lot of it, we get lost in the weeds a little bit, but the differences are substantial. They're substantial enough that I felt it worthy to make comment of, So I don't know. I mean, I'll be talking about them more in the future. That's going to be like the next big thing I want. I want it to be Tim Pool, Kyle Kalinske, and Rising. I want that to be like, not exclusively, but I want that to be kind of like a direction we're moving in, because if we can undercut some of these positions, I feel like we can do a lot of good for the left. Comrade Pig, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Very, very much appreciated. Flying Ice Wizard with the tier 1 sub. Kill the white name in your head. Very true. BK Games, thank you for the £2. Hey, I just started a stream. Can I get a shout out? Why the fuck not? BK Games, challenge everything. I I don't know where the fuck you're at because you didn't provide a link, but there you go, comrade. I love you. Godspeed. No karaoke stream, Max. Slamber with the $5. I'll take a look. Fyodev's Yoldashev with a very kind $10. I feel like Dim Tool has a brain damage and a huge indent in his head under that beanie that he hasn't washed since he wore it. There's actually a video of somebody finding him at like a political rally and ripping his beanie off, and he got really, really mad. Which admittedly, I would too if I was wearing a hat and somebody ripped it off while recording, but you know. Big Easy, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Arbitorium True. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $20. Dim Tool wears the beanie to cover his tinfoil hat. True. That'd be a good meme, actually. Vapor Joe with the $10. Even if shit were to pop off, this bitch will be sitting in his house. Half-ass reading articles and siding with fascists while we'll be fighting them head on. Oh, for sure. Tim Pool is a fucking worthless human being, like, by and by. Brit Mouse and Noam Chomsky with a respective $5. Thank you so goddamn much, comrade. Yes, I know about the Robert Evans podcast. Don't worry, Noam Chomsky. I'll be talking about that more in the future. And Brit Mouse. Yeah, 7K viewers today. Hell yeah, we're making it. We're doing it. We're making it and we're doing it. Sawsplea, thank you so much for the $10. At a meeting for racial disparity at the Air Force, I brought up racism enforced by capitalism, the private prison system, and imperialism, and I was reprimanded. Yeah, do you seriously think these offices for diversity and inclusion in the fucking military are far left? They're probably incredibly simple, paint by the numbers, make sure people aren't like calling the black guy the N-word kind of outfits, you know? Not complicated. AllSX with the $10, thank you. What's your take on the white fragility book and the discourse around it? I haven't read the book or anything, but I think some of its like tenets are very, very valid from what I've seen, but there are probably some things in it that I would disagree with. I don't know. Anton Bondenreko with 100 rubles, thank you. There are and were members and Russian far-right thinkers like Dugin in the Moscow State University. However, he was expelled from lately. I'd have to look into it. Sake with the $20. And before Vosh realizes he can't ever bully Biden because HRC has Kylo Ren'd him at the convention and lost to Trump and the K-Hive has become her body armor. Listen, if anyone's going to Kylo Ren Joe Biden, I want it to be Kamala Harris. Okay? Kamala Harris is harder to bully, but I don't think she'd lose the election to Trump, whereas Hillary Clinton would definitely lose the election to Trump, okay? You got this, BK Games. Just watch my videos where I do the same thing. True Dinky Poo. Yeah, doesn't Tim Pool literally... Tim Pool Shop. Doesn't Tim Pool have like a store? Tim Pool Gifts and Merchandise. Okay, but he doesn't sell any prepper stuff, right? Timcast.com. Shop. Nah, it's just like t-shirts and stuff. Or does he? I just see t-shirts. The prepper stuff was sponsored? Gotcha. Makes sense. True, Adrian. Okay. Moose Sapper with a very kind $20 can confirm that FWIW, the military, does give two shits about why these acronyms? You must be a fucking veteran. EO, at least at the frontline level. Source was an equal opportunity leader in my unit before I got out. Equal opportunity. Okay, gotcha. You know, if you're going to use an acronym to describe something and then later just spell it out in full, you should probably spell it out in full first and use the acronym second so we can contextually pick up on what exactly you're referring to. Milo K, I'd love to go in the H3 podcast, but I doubt it'll happen. Trent Hurtado, maybe I will, comrade, maybe I will. Runon Anon with the incredibly generous $50 donation. Thank you. Jeez. Hey, you're still live? Just watched your vid on Kyle and Rising. Used to watch them both a lot. Anyway, keep spreading the good word. Named my horse in Black Desert after you. Nice. I thought that sentence was going in a different direction for a second. Thank you, comrade. Thank you so much for the donation and for the horse naming. Were I only capable of striding across the plains so majestically? PSA Sitch and Adam Friended say so many dumb things in their live streams. They ever talk about any of it? Markinator, I feel like Adam Friended and PSA Sitch are just like dumb skeptics. I really don't have much respect for them. I have less than no respect for Adam Friended, who I think doesn't actually have any positions besides sucking up to like skeptic community dipshits. But they can come on if they want to. Sneedap, Wilk, and Sultan C, thank you so much for the tier 1 subs. Really happy to hear that, Sultan C. And I feel like we've done quite a few donations. I know we're getting close to the end, but maybe we should take a brief moratorium on them. Just real quick like. PSA Sitch is a right-wing liberal, and Adam is a nationalist. Neither of these are really accurate description. What is a right-wing liberal? What a nationalist? What does that mean? Everyone who calls themselves a nationalist, in my experience, invariably turns out to be a white nationalist. Just in my personal experience, probably not all of them, but the Photoshop gods have arrived. Guys, quit taking the bait so easily. Jesus Christ. Nice, Bernie Brosophus. Have you seen the recent victory in Seattle to get Amazon to pay taxes? I want to talk about Seattle, if I may. I think that might be nice. Do I have your permission? Is that fine? Well, Chaz, or as it was later called, Chop, is dead. After about 1 week of ecstatic occupation and another week and a half of, labored meandering, it fell. It fell. The police came in and with basically no resistance retook the area. This is not especially surprising to me, given the fact that there were really only two possible outcomes to Chop. That they disperse of their own volition, or that they're made to disperse, because if any of you genuinely believed that this was the beginning of some kind of, like, autonomous, like, independent, like, come on. Well, it's not all bad news out of Seattle. Talk about Oklahoma. I already did this stream. Keep up. It's not all bad news coming out of Seattle. I have, for your consideration, a article from Socialist Alternative, a very extremely nonpartisan, unbiased news site, which talks about the tax Amazon victory. Which, I mean, I'll just hit you with it now. Speech delivered by Socialist Alternative member and Seattle City Councilwoman Kshama Sawant during a historic city council meeting that passed a $200+ million tax on the top 3% of corporations to massively expand affordable housing. Now, let's talk about Amazon super quick. So you may know Amazon doesn't pay much in the way of taxes. Now, I'm going to be honest, I'm not super educated on tax law. But there are some things I do know. The way Amazon is structured currently, and it's, at least with regards to its finances, is pretty much designed to maximize its profits, and part of that means paying as little taxes as possible. Now, I, as a very big brain individual, believe Amazon should be paying taxes because they're making a lot of money off of citizens of this country, and moreover, they're using the infrastructure of this country, which is paid for by taxes, to manage their business. Amazon would not be able to do shit if there were not private property laws being enforced by police officers, being paid by taxes, and laws being enforced by courts, being paid for by taxes, and roads being maintained with taxes. None of this could be done without taxes, and Amazon, for profiting off of this, which comes from taxes, should itself be paying taxes, but it doesn't. It doesn't pay taxes. Why? Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really know why, because I'm not some crazy corporate lawyer type dude. But I will tell you this. There are some people who have argued that we shouldn't fault Amazon for doing what it can to maximize its, profits, including not paying taxes. After all, if there are tax loopholes available to take advantage of, why would they not take advantage of it? Would you expect a company to altruistically avoid paying taxes for no reason other than because it cares so much about the country? If you, citizen, could find tax loopholes to make it so that you don't have to pay taxes, would you not take advantage of them? Well, I know for a fact that I would. The difference is, I can't lobby. That's the main difference. Amazon can lobby. The reason why the tax system is the way it is because lobbyists have petitioned the US government to design it in such a way as to ameliorate the tax rate on businesses and provide loopholes. Now, this is a different degree of moral culpability than simply taking advantage of opportunities that already exist. You are now creating new opportunities using your enormous wealth and political capital, and I would consider that to be fairly cringe. Type 1 of cringe. We can fix this, I think. Look, we all agree it's cringe. We can fix this by being a little bit more conscientious of our taxing policies, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so proud of, among other people, Kshama Sawant, for passing that aforementioned tax on the top 3% of corporations in Seattle, which will go towards expanding affordable housing. Now, I live in Seattle, presently, at the time of this video being recorded. And there are a lot of good things about the city. There are a lot of bad things about the city. I don't know the extent to which this city is specifically being bogged down by unaffordable housing. But I do know that this is a problem large cities in America, and I guess all over the world, have been dealing with for some time. I thought I was going to get a text about something stream related, but it has to do with gecko care. Can you get Molly's eye cap off later? Listen, lizards are really weird, okay? Nice. I'm very happy about this. Now, if I was a cringe lord, I would read the entire article through to you while interjecting with my own opinions. But I'm not going to do that for several reasons. The first of which being that this isn't so much a news article as it is editorialization. It ends with this. The private for-profit housing market has utterly failed working people, not just here and now, but everywhere and always. I have a message for Jeff Bezos and his class that we will not stop. We're coming for you and your rotten system. Great story, fantastic. Not exactly an impartial news article, so I'll, keep my hands off this. And we'll move on to another excellent piece of information that I would like to share about you. The second in 2 victories done side by side in Seattle. Majority of Seattle Council pledges to support police department defunding plan laid out by advocates. You guys know how during the beginning of the BLM marches, there were just a fuck ton of videos being posted online of police acting poorly. About 50% of those videos came out of Seattle. In fact, I'd be willing to bet more than 50% of what you saw came out of Seattle. Why? Well, Seattle PD sucks. It does. They're brutes. They're animals. A majority of Seattle City Council members now say they agree with a high-level proposal by advocates to defund the police department by 50% and reallocate the dollars to other community needs. Seven of 9 council members are on board with the idea, though they have yet to say exactly how they intend to make the cuts. 6 votes are needed to pass budget-related legislation and to override a mayoral veto, which means we have a veto-proof majority. 50% of the police budget being cut. That is insane. Now, in the society we live in right now, we do need police. I don't think a city entirely absent any law enforcement officials would be a very functional city. But with regards to how we fund that police, it is interesting to me that police budgets across the country, the percentage of the city budget that is allocated to the police, has stayed consistent or is increased as a proportion of the total budget with time, in spite of the fact that crime has gone down over the past 30 years. That is interesting to me. And I have yet to see any evidence whatsoever that an increase in police funding in this way, particularly with regards to militarization, does anything to actually decrease crime, which leads me to believe, I'm sorry, pardon me, I'm just following this incredible train of logic on right now. Maybe you'll join me. That we pay the fucking police too much, perhaps. And that many of the social factors which cause crime are things which should be prevented rather than responded to. What do they say? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of antidote, or something like that? There's a stat that always stuck with me. I forget the exact numbers and even the exact organization, so I'm vaguely gesturing here. God, I wish I remember this. But it was something like, you know, it was a program for contraceptive education in a city, and every dollar that was invested in that program brought back $7. It saved $7. Because as it turns out, we can run through the logical train here. If you, let's say you invest $1 million in child care services and in sex education, condoms, just the whole 9 yards, everything related to child rearing, childbirth. You invest $1 million into a city for programs relating to this. What comes? Okay, you guys are weird champing too much. Who are we looking at right now? Marxists for Trump fans. Okay, it's boring. Stop. Trolls are only funny when they're funny. Jesus Christ. If they're not funny, they're not funny. That's how it works. Anyway. What was I saying? Fuck me, you people. You put $1 million into these programs. Now, what comes after that? Well, that probably means there's going to be fewer unwanted pregnancies because there's going to be a higher rate of contraception usage. Additionally, for unwanted pregnancies that happen anyway, there's going to be better access to abortion. Additionally, for births that do take place, investment in childcare means that, at least for very young babies, it'll be possible to leave them off somewhere rather than keeping them at home or keeping them with a family member or a friend, which means it'll be easier to find jobs. Do you have any idea how difficult it can be to find work, to find good work as a fresh-faced parent when you have a kid to take care of, especially if you don't necessarily have the money to throw them towards care or to get a nanny or what have you? That can be some difficult shit. But if you invest in these programs, what you find is that all of this cumulative social investment goes a long way towards decreasing the crime rate in that city. It also decreases poverty, and poor people drain more from the system than they put in, of course, so that's always good. And we have to pay police officers less because we need less of them because there's less crime being committed. That also means that there's less damage being done to the city through stuff like theft or through burglary or through arson or through robbery or through just plain old, vandalism. Because those things correlate heavily with poverty, which means less money has to be invested in the cleanup efforts there. And because there is less poverty in the city, that means there's going to be less redlining, because with fewer poor people, it'll be harder and harder to segregate those poor people into specific districts, which means larger amounts of the city will be accessible for higher degrees of capital investment. And oh, look, by giving people access to the resources they need to succeed, more people succeed. What a phenomenal investment. What an incredible investment. This is very easy socioeconomics. This is very, very, very simple stuff. And it has been described and discussed and elaborated on at length in the academic spaces for half a century now, probably quite a bit longer than that, really. But, it takes policymakers some time to catch up. So, the police. I am very heartened by this decision. Very, very, very heartened. Is this based in research or just conceptual? No, that's research driven. Yeah, if you want to find, I apologize. If this was like a planned segment, then I would have a bunch of data in my document for it. But no, 100%. It is absolutely data driven. It is easily data driven. Yeah. Though, of course, the specific investments and returns vary by city and by circumstance, the result is always positive with regards to this specific type of investment, and the result is usually very significant. So, with the 50% here, as I understand it, the 50% that is being cut is going towards, among other things, community investment, housing, and social services designed to deal with things that police currently deal with, perhaps not that well. This is the thing Vosh was citing. This might be one of the things. I know for a fact that this is not. Ah, wait, this might actually be the specific statistic. Nice. Return on investment, a fuller assessment of the benefits and cost savings of the U.S. publicly funded family planning program. Ah, you actually found it. That's actually really awesome. Now I know I can add this to the document. The U.S. publicly supported family planning effort serves millions of women and children and men every year, and this analysis provides new estimates for its positive impact in the wide range of health outcomes and its net savings to the government. This investment resulted in net government savings of $13.6 billion in 2010, or $7 for every public dollar spent. Holy shit, guys. If we invest the entire US fucking discretionary budget into this, we're going to get 7 times it back next year. No, but really though, this is quite a long document. I wasn't really ready to go through this entire thing, but the math is so simple here. If people are a product of their environments, if you give them the right environmental stimulus, then people will succeed, or at the very least, they'll be far more likely to succeed in a statistical sense. I'll add this to the document later. That's very important. Thank you. Anyway, that's why I'm so happy about this. It's not about just getting rid of the police. It's about making sure that money goes towards better social causes. Decriminalize Seattle and King County Equity Now laid out a 4-point proposal for defunding the police department. Remove Seattle's 911 dispatchers from police control. I don't know whether this would be bad or good. I don't know enough to know if this is important. Scale up community-based solutions to public safety. That sounds pretty good to me. Fund a community-led process to, quote, imagine life beyond policing, end quote. That seems a little vague, so hopefully that gets fleshed out in the near future. And, of course, invest in affordable housing. Difficult to argue with that. Sounds kind of LARPy. It could be vague at this moment. These are just pointers. We'll see how it actually pans out. They can decide which services are deemed necessary for the situation. You can usually do a pretty decent job of it. Do we really need cops for literally everything? What we could probably do is find all the things police officers do, and then we can stratify those individual actions based on the threat posed to the police officers. So, for example, police checking up on people on parole, police being called for, like, pet escapes, police being called for like investigations, police being called for like civil disputes, like at a restaurant. Sometimes that happens. Like the police will be called because somebody at a restaurant's being super fucking weird or whatever. I would be willing to bet these things probably don't require people who are armed like soldiers coming in squads of 6. Probably not. They probably don't need that. There probably is a different type of social worker that can do that. That would just be my guess. But then you have other stuff, like, say, for example, traffic stops and domestic abuse calls. Well, I'd be willing to bet 99% of those situations, traffic stops and domestic abuse calls, probably don't require an officer be armed. But maybe some of them do. I don't know. We'd have to look at the data. And then you have other stuff. Yeah, car accidents definitely don't need full-on police officers. But then there are probably things that police officers do that do require, like, for example, if there's like a active hostage situation, or like an active crime is being committed, just that kind of stuff. The point that I'm getting at is that we just have police do like everything. Police do any time we need the help of the state to intervene, all we have are the police and the fire department. Why do we even have the fire department? Why don't we just have the police as well? Honestly. Why not? We've committed to it in every other sense. We have police officers show up for everything from fucking armed robbery to cat escapes. Why don't we just have them do that as well? Why do we even have a separate fire department? Why? Why can't they just shoot the fire? They can just arrest it or something. Wouldn't domestic abuse calls be really violent and may need armed police? No, I don't think most domestic abuse calls are like the police burst like through the door to like interrupt a fight like mid-fight. I think it's probably more like something happened and somebody needs to be like somewhere else or I don't know. I would want data. I want data. Sometimes you do need that, sometimes you don't. Police would be great if the fire were black. Yeah, that's the problem. Fire's pale, so we can't trust them. Yeah, whatever the case may be. We do everything we do with police. Like, honestly, we do everything with police. Oh, Lizard's popping the fuck off down there. Look, you see her doing a little dance? Look at her. It's called glass dancing. The thing lizards do. They're very dumb. They don't understand that it doesn't lead them anywhere. She wants out? You would think that, but I don't think so, because I used to think, like, she wants out, time to set her out. But then if you just set her out, she just sits there. It doesn't change anything. Yeah, it means she wants food or she needs to poop. That's it. Or she could see another lizard. Maybe I look tasty to her. No idea. If you turn on her light, I can give her worms. Oh, yeah, sure. You're a responsible pet owner. Hey, you! There we go. Not like it's not warm enough in here, but we can, you know, do our best. Oh yeah, so anyway, the long and short of it is we need to re-examine the relationship we have with the police department. Nice. Okay. I think we lost the plot there like 4 times. That was impressive. How does one lose the plot that often, that easily? The answer is by having a low IQ. If someone confides in you and tells you they want to die, is it cool to tell someone, or would you be a snitch? I don't think there's an easy answer to that, unfortunately. Because, like, on one hand, I don't think that, like, if a person shares suicidal thoughts with you, you can respond. You're like, okay, calling the police now. I don't think that's good. But on the other hand, like, in fact, I don't think I've ever heard a positive story of a person who was suicidal having, like, the cops called on them. I don't think I've ever heard that positive story. On the other hand, like, you don't have a responsibility to, like, care for your friend to that extent. That sounds really, like, cruel, but we have to recognize that suicidality is largely an internal battle, and it's very possible to get roped into some incredibly, like, horrible positions if you convince yourself as a friend that it's your responsibility to, like, fix the suicidality of your friend, you know? So that's not good either. It's really up to the degree of investment you want to engage in, and, like, you have to manage it from that. That's pretty much all that can really be said. Also, sometimes people do threaten suicide as like an abusive tactic. That's something that has to be considered as well. Has anyone ever had a partner, or hopefully an ex-partner, who threatened suicide as a way of keeping you, like, from leaving? Yeah, it's the thing that happens. It's unfortunately a pretty cringe meme, as it so happens. I was suicidal a while ago and actively in crisis. The police managed to prevent me from going through with a good story. Oh, nice, Rivmo. Okay, we have one positive story. We have one positive story today of the police intervention. A cop responded to a suicide call and tried to calm him down. Then other cops arrived and shot him to death, and the cop who tried to save him got fired for it. Nice, Kolodic. Well, now we have one negative story. That's 1 for 1. There you go. Crisis lines can be helpful as well. Yeah. I was just talking about what to do. LGB drop the T has been banned. Nice. Love seeing him fall. Hey, wait, we should catch up. Hans Kummiwerfer with the very kind $6. Thank you. Oh, happy birthday, Board Lacanian. Does Gordon have a superpower? Does Gordon have his superpowers where you now in game? What?
Time to kill everyone.
That's enough. I just want you to know, I love you. The only SFM Gmod meme stupid video that I can watch now. Yeah, this was made in 2015. This was like late to the party. The only one I can watch. The only one I can watch.
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh viewers aplenty.
Is full life consequences. That's the real one. That's the real ass one. That's the good one.
And landed. He kept driving down the road and made sure there was no zombies around because he didn't have weapons.
This is, I can still watch this one, okay? And this is from 2008. This is some OG shit, okay? Some OG shit. Okay, we gotta focus. Nerdgerm with the $10. Paper Mario: The Origami King is out this month on the 17th. I'll see how the reviews go. It had better be more like the fucking 1000-Year Door and less like Paper Mario 3 and Sticker Star, okay? Bosch, how many of the Tim Pool fans can we pull away and de-radicalize? I actually think Tim Pool fans would be relatively easy to de-radicalize as a percentage, in large part because Tim Pool is a fucking moron, and his views are so all over the place that I feel like I can give a more compelling story, you know, to explain their upsettedness. LJL Asiux and Twink Anarchy, thank you so goddamn much for the $5 respectively. Thank you, LJL. I really appreciate that. And Twink Anarchy, yeah, sure, go for it. If you have to use transmedicalism as a way to explain trans people to your dumb fuck parents, then it's step one, okay? Jackson Berg with the $2. Thank you. Blop Flop with the $5. Vosh is just hairy knockoff Xanderhall. That is true. The Indigenous Hulk with the very kind $10. Want to say I appreciate how... Fuck! I just closed your donation. I'm going to do it from memory. How nuanced your discussion of Indigenous issues earlier was. I love you. You're the only good white man. I think I got that more or less right. Thank you. Doggo with the $10. Thanks for the content. My pleasure, comrade. Thank you so much. My Bluebird and James Dog with the $5. Anyone see Catboy in blackface as trans N-word? Yeah, I don't know why. Dude, did this get removed? Oh, it got wait, it got removed. I think. It's not on the front page. Wait, hold on.
What's good with it, nigga?
Okay. Don't worry, that was a black guy saying it, okay? It's all right. Yeah, so I think this is such an excellent example of how intellectually deficient the, like, quote-unquote, like, free speech, you know, your offense isn't a joke kind of thing is. This is the Joe Rogan subreddit. This got, like, 10,000 upvotes. This was hugely popular, and it had nothing to do whatsoever with Joe Rogan. It's literally just Catboy Cammy, a.k.a. Nick Fuentes' favorite asshole, a.k.a. Literally a neo-Nazi, wearing blackface and just being racist. Over Omegle to another person who's on Omegle. They're both live streaming. I don't know why you would ever live stream on video Omegle, since there's a 90% chance you get a cock every time you roll the dice, but that's how it is. Anyway, it's just him being like, I am black. I was born in the wrong body. I'm transracial, and saying the N-word a bunch. I guess it's like good humor, like if you're really young and you haven't seen it done better before, you know? But the whole like Joe Rogan subreddit, it's just like, I used to play Call of Duty, nothing seems offensive anymore. This is such like a stupid edgy this is so cringy. I've already duked it out. I've already duked it out in Call of Duty. I was on Xbox Live back in 2008. I've already seen it all. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This reminds me of really cringy 4chaners. Like, dude, when people say fag, I don't even think of it as a homophobic slur. I just think of it as the end of a word. Playing CS for like 20 years, I don't even register blank N-word as an insult anymore, just N-word alone. You can put anything before it and turning it into an insult. See, and we got here. Limited a little bit in my ability to, you know, vocally describe all that's being said here. I wasn't born the race I is. I is a trans N-word. I'm black, but that cracked me up. And to be honest, it created a bit of a dilemma for SJWs who tend to advocate the freedom as identifying something than other that you were born at. 1,000 upvotes. That's the level of discourse we're at right here. When the white guy in a blackface said, I is black, I is trans N-word, this guy's like, well, he made an excellent point there, highlighting the hypocrisy of the SJWs. Pretty typical, I think, for Joe Rogan fans, I think. It's about what we got. Look at this. See, this is what I mean. Catboy Cammy's a literal Nazi. Just look up his name, and he's hilarious as fuck, apparently. I want to be super clear. Listen. Hey, are you guys ready for it? First of all, you can watch this on your own. It's really not that funny. And second of all, if you hear that a person's a Nazi, and your immediate response is, oh, haha, they're so funny, though. Haha, wow, well, yeah, they're Nazi, but haha, they're so funny, wow. You're probably also pretty sympathetic to Nazis as well. Like, you probably don't care that much. I think that any community that actually cares about humor should expel people who are sadistically using humor as a vehicle for pushing their political agenda and nothing else. And likewise, anyone who cares about free speech should do what they can to expel people who are anti-free speech. Yes? Wait, we're feeding lizard worms now? Sure. Alright, lizard, have some worms. This is a stream first. Lizard, worms. Lizard, it's worms. There you go. Lizard, it's worms. Lizard, idiot. Look, wiggle. Wiggle! You see? Wiggle? You see. You'll get around to it. Do you not see the wiggle? Idiot. Can we see it? What? I mean... Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there we go. There. Dumbass. There we go. You're so fucking dumb. There we go. Okay, we have a confirmed worm chomp. There we go. There we go. I'm trans, and I thought this was the funniest part. Wish more people had better trans humor like this guy. Props on the good sense of humor. I agree with you. I wish folks would lighten up a bit and laugh. This is literally like... This is literally just a Nazi doing like a minstrel show bit, but somehow more offensive. And everyone's all jerking themselves off over how enlightened and high IQ they are to find it funny. Like they're actually like it's a point of pride in this community to be able to force yourself to find something funny. I mean, we can like listen to this if you want. This is the thing they're all like busting a gut over. This is the highest rated shit on the front page of the subreddit. This is what was worthy of their political consideration.
Guys, record this. Go on,
Yo, I'm already streaming.
You're streaming? Well, this is being recorded. Probably posted on Twitter or something.
Yeah, posted on Black Twitter. Tell them Catboy Cammy coming for their ass. Any niggas want beef with me, I smoke their ass.
What's wrong with you? I have a question. Like, what is wrong with you? Are
Well, you
me-
see, I
mentally
wasn't
insane?
born the race that I is. I is a trans nigga.
This is the scathing political commentary. This is what all these Call of Duty, Xbox Live veterans are tripping over themselves. This is what I have to say this as a reminder. Being offended isn't an argument. Being offensive isn't a joke. Like these people are like, they'll like if you don't find something funny, they'll be like, dude, you're so easily offended. Like no, it's just bad. It's not funny. It's just blackface and black voice. That's it. I could do that. Anyone could do this. Being offensive doesn't make something funny. I tweeted this. I said, being offended isn't an argument, but being offensive isn't humor. And somebody was like, huh, what about Dave Chappelle? Motherfucker. Dave Chappelle writes jokes. What you think Dave Chappelle just goes up there and is offensive? He writes jokes. He spent decades practicing his delivery. What are you talking about? Even South Park, which is largely shock humor, and I've never been a big fan of South Park, is at times legitimately very funny. But here, this is literally just a Nazi doing like a blackface skit, and everyone here is treating themselves like enlightened free speech warriors for enjoying it. A lot of these people are probably pretty sympathetic to the... Wait. Ha! It went private while I was doing this bit! Oof! Reddit admins refuse to provide assistance to moderators of the sub. The mod team is not willing to accept responsibility for content posted in the sub if we cannot get admins to assist us in interpreting the site rules. I remember this. At the top of the page, I didn't look at it, but at the top of the page we were looking at, the moderators were saying this is why they don't actually respect reports, even though there were literally dozens of reports for racism on that post. The mods were like, we don't care. This is why we don't give a fuck. So now they've privated it, probably because the alternative is the admin shutting them down. If the moderators aren't actually responding to reports and just allowing TOS breaking content, then that's that. But that is so perfectly indicative. The Joe Rogan mods are too pussy, too fucking fence-sitter to actually just stand by the political positions they're allowing to run wild. And instead, they have to, like children, blame the administrators for not, like, clarifying what it means to not allow racism in a massively upvoted post about a blackface joke being done by a neo-Nazi. Like, God, it's so childish. Commit to the positions or don't. Yeah, but what even is racism? Is blackface racism? Well, you can put makeup on. Is that racist? Yeah. Please link the thread so we can find the archive. You can find it in the subreddit drama link. Yeah. Personally, just as a fan of comedy, I know it's kind of a weird thing to say, right? Like, as a fan of comedy, yeah. But as someone who, I mean, I wouldn't get nearly the number of views that I do if I wasn't a funny guy, you know? So obviously I do care about delivery, and I've been told I'm edgy, and I think I'm fairly edgy. The worst thing to ever happen to comedy was people who hijack terms like canceled and political correctness to use them as like badges of authenticity for your comedy. The worst thing that happened to comedy over the past decade was people who are obviously not joking, just making political statements, being allowed to exist in comedic spaces because they ruin comedy for the rest of us. Comedy is about the subversion of expectation. Comedy is about challenging your understanding of things. Have you ever gone to a neo-Nazi sub that poses itself as comedic, like Gamers Rise Up, before it ended up getting banned? It wasn't comedy. It was just people being racist, ironically. That shit kills humor. It does. It kills comedy. Because now, I don't know if people are making edgy jokes to push a horrible political perspective, or if they're pushing those edgy jokes because they're legitimately trying to make a funny joke about it. I don't know. They obfuscate the actual intent of the comedy, which makes it nearly impossible to know what is and is not responsible to engage with. But they don't care, and that's the thing. A real comedian would care what the outcome of their language is. Comedy is a form of language. Jokes are speech. Comedians have always cared about the outcome of their language. Go ask George Carlin, grandpappy of edgy stand-up comedy, or one of them at least, one of the pillars. Go ask him, oh, it's just a joke to you, right? You're just saying whatever. You don't really care. No! George Carlin would be, yeah, fuck yeah, I care about what I'm saying. Well, he's dead now, but you could ask him, and he's done interviews. It's not like his political opinions are a fucking mystery. You can ask him. What would his opinions be on this pseudo nihilistic, irreverent, like everything's irony, but it somehow still pushes a very specific political agenda would look like these Count Dankula types. You know what I mean? Like, it's all a joke, whatever. Yeah, man. I'm just doing and acting and looking and speaking exactly like a neo-Nazi, and the joke is that other people, my fans, are doing it as well, and the joke is that it's all ironic. Yeah, right. You bring that shit to like people like Carlin, like he'd be like, no, fuck you. Modern stand-up comedy is literally rooted in the traditions of the court jester. And the court jester, at least per mythos, I don't know how much exactly this is representative in historical reality, it was their job to deliver, in many cases, bad information to the king because only they could do it in a way that wouldn't get their head lopped off. Now again, I don't know if that's historical reality, but that was the story, that was the myth. And sometimes that's more important than what actually happened when we're talking about the archetype and the inspiration for stuff like modern stand-up comedy. You deliver information through a joke, but the information is still what matters, not just the laugh. And Catboy Kami over there, the neo-Nazi Catboy degenerate, whatever, their message was just that black people are stupid. Like, that's it. Like, obviously. You can listen to his live streams. Like, that's his political opinion. It's not hiding it. It's not dog whistling. That's just what he thinks. You know this because those exact types of jokes, the face paint and the minstrel show bullshit, was also a preferred form of entertainment for very racist people back during the early 1900s. So it's not exactly completely culturally disassociated from obvious and overt racism and white supremacy. But again, the people in Joe Rogan's community don't give a fuck. The people in the community are so desperate, so proud to not be offended by anything, they'll scream to the rooftops how funny they find something just because it's offensive. It's desperate. It's pathetic. And the moderators are so either politically biased or dumb that they're pretending to not know what it means to moderate openly racist content, and they're closing the sub down to prevent admin intervention. Jesus Christ. And you know what? I'll end it with it. Here's my final meme. Final meme, I swear, okay? Last meme, all right? Whether you're center-leaning or far-right, if you're okay with letting your center-leaning community get overrun by far-right people, because their jokes are so funny, as far as I'm concerned, you're far-right. I don't really care. In a practical sense, the effects on the world committed by a far-right person and a center-leaning person who constantly admits to far-right positions, abets to them, finds their jokes funny, signal boosts them, and defends them, you're functionally the exact same. I don't really care what's going on in your head. I have no fucking idea what's going on in your skull. You don't know what's going on in mine. I could be a neo-Nazi who's just having a great big laugh at all this. You never know. So we don't judge people by what they are. We judge people by what they do. And if the consequence of your behavior is indistinguishable from that of a far-right type, then pardon me for not caring that much if you have to live under the thumb of constant admin moderation. Chill. Okay? The blackface shit, 2.5 to 3 out of 10 at best, but it got top on the subreddit. That's very weird. And all those people in there, I'm black and I found this funny. I'm trans and I found this funny. Good on you. Most of your type is so easily offended and so sensitive. But not you. What a picture-perfect way of showing how minorities are expected to sell themselves out to the majority group in order to gain social approval. All right, there we go. That's 5 segments from today. That's enough. You people are spoiled. What's this new bandwave? Give me the link. Give me the link of the affected subreddits. Give me. Go, give me. Here we go. Bandwave part 2 is discussed. Let's do it. What? What's the difference between transracial and transgender without pointing to how many people are actually transracial? I think I have a good answer, but I haven't heard it. I have a video. It's actually really complicated. Let's do it, baby. LGB, drop the T. It's the fetish. Gender critical guys. Abuse porn. These are all TERFs. Well, wait. The abuse porn 2 is not. These 3 are TERF subreddits. Abuse porn probably showed abusing people. It's probably that. More Tanky Chapo. Hey! Fuck you, More Tanky Chapo. You're a shit subreddit. None of you are actual fucking Marxists. You're all fucking piece of shit statist fascists with a fucking coat of red paint, okay? And your constant circle jerk threads about me. Holy fuck. Whenever I search myself on Reddit, it's about a 1 in 3 chance it lands in your shitty subreddit, where you find some clip of me saying something perfectly reasonable about how Stalin probably wasn't the best leader of Soviet Russia, and then you all talk about how I'm a pedophile or something. You people are indistinguishable from the far right. You just chose different authoritarians to jerk yourselves off to. Get the fuck out. Then we have Troll GC, gender critical, that's a TERF subreddit. True Lesbians, that's a TERF subreddit. Offensive Memes Boy, probably full of Nazis. TERF is a slur, you can probably guess that one. Chapo Trap Home, I don't know if that's a tanky subreddit or if that's just another Chapo Trap House, like, shelter subreddit. Dark Humor and Memes V2, probably full of Nazis. Okay Buddy Anarchy, probably full of Nazis, would just be my guess. And then Quarantined, incest porn. Oh, interesting. Interesting. This is a new wave. Incest porn, incest gifs, rape kink, rape fantasy, rape world, rape confessions, rape stories. I'm not actually sure how I feel about that. I don't know if I like the idea of quarantining, like, hard kinks. And then Joe Rogan went private. But that was Joe Rogan going private was from the Joe Rogan mods, not from the administrators. What does quarantining a sub mean? Quarantining a sub just means that you get like a warning when you enter it, and it doesn't link to Google search results, I don't think. What if they were full of actual rapes? Well, even if all the rape subreddits were like actual rape, the incest porn and incest gifts probably don't have actual incest happening. Rape world sounds kind of dicey. Rape kink sounds like it would be fine though. If I typed in like rape kink, I'm not expecting to find like the glorification of the kink, but more like just it being showcased. Yeah, all incest porn is just like they find 2 people who are the same skin tone. That's basically it. And not even that sometimes. Anyway, yeah. I don't know how I feel about like because this feels like it could be step 1 to like, okay, now like hentai subs are getting quarantined. I don't know. There are some good hentai subs on Reddit. Going on Reddit for porn does make you a degenerate though. Lol, and Joe Rogan went private. Perfect timing with that shitty blackface video. You can make anything funny, but if you're going to be edgy, make it funny. If not, you look like an idiot. Also, I'm consistently surprised by just how much Reddit hates transgender individuals. Well, the Joe Rogan subreddit was always going to hate trans people, because Joe Rogan is an open transphobe. Insofar as he has any political opinions, he is certainly transphobic. I just want to say, like, if we somehow could find archival footage of an old minstrel show from like 1893 or something, the entire online skeptic and right-wing community, even if all the jokes were incomprehensible and unfunny to a modern audience, the modern right would jerk itself off over how funny it is. They'd be like, haha, back when they really knew what comedy was like. I mean, the slavery stuff was bad, I guess, but like, damn, the comedy was great. And it's like incomprehensible jokes to us now because we're 100 years removed from them. But it's racist, and that's what they care about. You know that feeling when right-leaning people will defend anything that is racist or transphobic, but always for another reason? always because it's funny or because it could be helpful in some other way. But then they'll like be hypercritical of the productivity or of the humor of anything that's even remotely progressive. And it's like, come on, guys. You just don't like black people and don't like women. Like, come on. Just quit. Just stop pretending it has anything to do with anything else, okay? Yeah, well, they take that position because then they make themselves free speech and humor warriors too. Like, oh, you just want to censor stuff that's not funny. But they're the ones who are ruining humor when they do that because they're not doing what they do for comedy's sake. How good? Here's a great question to you. How good do you think the state-sanctioned comedy in Nazi Germany was? Do you think that society permitted a robust range of humorous discourse? Because I'd be willing to bet anything that those motherfuckers had 3 jokes. And all of them were a Nazi party official doing a minstrel show about a Jew with a devilish nose and long horns being beaten to death by Nazis while sweating and occasionally looking at a superior officer to make sure that he's doing a good job. Am I being anti-Semitic enough, Hans? Afterwards, in the backstage room, he's like mopping up his sweaty brow with a rag or something. I don't know. I think I came across too human when I was as the Jew. Like, but that's it. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, it's this constant attempt to appease the political interests of the society. You know I'm right! Okay. Donations. Wrong accent? Well, fuck you. Eat shit. Dick licker. Lick dicker. Dicky licky. Okay. We're entering a new zone. Ahaha, I do value the good things Kyle has done, but I still must criticize the bad things he has done. This is my burden. This is my curse. It's like that song from Kill Switch Engage. Is that Kill? This is my curse. This is my curse. Say this is my... That one? Is that Kill Switch Engage? Yeah, that one. Mitch, what's my opinion of Vriska? She's bad. Thank you, Terra Stoller. Conrad AML with $5. Really appreciate your content. Thank you, Comrade. I really appreciate your donation. Divergence with the incredibly kind $30. What's a good response to people who say socialism/communism has failed every time it's been tried? Capitalism brought China out of poverty, so on and so forth. Never talk about countries or precedent. Only talk about specific policies. The issue is all these other historical examples are muddied down with 80,000 other like correlative factors. Venezuela, Cuba, China, what have you. So don't ever focus on those because you're going to spend 8 hours arguing on how CIA interference and previous economic conditions and betrayal of the business class and all this other shit interfered with the otherwise decent policies. Shu, you're still here? I cosplayed as Vriska once? Oh, you fucking would, Shu. Of course you fucking would. The enlightened... What is it? Vriska's not an enlightened centrist, but there's an association here. No problem, Gwen Stefano. Thank you so much for the 690. Shared Insomnia, thank you so goddamn much for the gifted 2-2 sub. Really appreciate that. Say hi to Furyo, chat. Hi to Furyo, Eden. Jake B with the $5. I saw you retweeted Tim earlier. Didn't he block you for not allowing proper discourse for calling you out? No, that was Dave Rubin a while ago. Sig Marxism is talking about your Arch Warhammer takedown. Yeah, Posadas John, I saw it. People like it. You know, Sig Marxism isn't a super big subreddit. In fact, my subreddit is about as large as it, but I'm really glad they like my thing. Sig Marxism is a great place for progressive Warhammer fans to go. Anarchy, converting liberals to leftism is much harder than converting Nazis to leftism. In my experience, the ties to institutional support are much greater than the ties to either the far right or the far left. Colby Mays, the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate that, comrade. Stoven Bloke with a very kind $9. Would you rather fight 10 baby-sized lizards or 20 lizard-sized babies? I'd rather fight the lizards. I don't want to kill, like, babies. At least lizards are, like, dumb. I mean, babies are dumb, too, but not quite that dumb. Holy shit, Arboretum. I really hope you guys are okay via the COVID. Glad I'm providing you entertainment, though. HCYN with the incredibly kind $20. Thank you so much, comrade. Oh, Shu, did you get my fucking Twitter DM? I'm terribly sorry, but you're scheduled for a debate today. Or do we want to do it sometime in the future? Shuan had expressed some concerns for my recent condemnations of Kyle Kalinske, which I think is understandable because I think there's a lot of nuance in this particular subject. But I'm worried. Oh, I meant the cat. Oh, I don't know, Stovenpluck. Then I don't know. Thanks, Dalton DDG. I really appreciate that, comrade. Spinning chair with the $5. What are the problems with PewDiePie? The list is like really, really long, but essentially the gist is that PewDiePie seems to have a habit of socially capitulating to far-right groups and dog whistling. That's basically the gist of it. It's dog whistling, you know, it's hard to prove. It's just a weird vibe, basically. It's always a weird vibe. Tattoo Jew Boy with the... You people all donated so much today. Tattoo Jew Boy with the incredibly generous $30. I think Zionism has made things very dangerous for the Jewish community worldwide. I feel like it's caused division in the community and emboldened anti-Semites. Yeah, it definitely has. Also, it goes both ways. The liberal obsession... No, Shoe on Head, I don't have time. No, Shoe, I was joking. No, I don't have time. Today. We already did 5 segments. We're still running down on donations. Yeah, I'm backing out. Shoe loses. Shoe wins. I lose. It goes both ways. The neocon and neoliberal obsession with associating Judaism with Israel also means that neo-Nazis can criticize Israel and have that be a criticism of Judaism. It goes both ways. It's very, very dangerous shit. Imaginary XXX Shadow with the very kind $20. I'm a newer viewer who only started getting out of the right, so thank you for what you just put out, for what you put out. I even managed to convince my conservative mom on a few issues, so again, thank you. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me, you know, that stochastic dissemination of left-leaning values. Thank you. Alex Hansen with the $20. When I'm debating against anti-BLM dweebs, they always bring up the riots destroying small businesses. I don't really know how to defend BLM from that point. BLM is literally like an entire nationwide... Talk about the actual things that... BLM didn't destroy small businesses. Rioters destroyed small businesses. An incredibly small number of them. People who support BLM support policies and principles. Defend those. Don't talk about individual rioters or whatever. True, Aurora. Noel Ebert with the $5. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Love me some taxes. Jack with the $5. I'm in a Nation RP Discord named my nation Vostroya as a combo of you and the Imperial Guard Vostroyans, now used to responding to Vosh. Good! Usurp me. I grow tired. Slugworth with the incredibly kind $50. Thank you. Don't understand why Sanders wouldn't immediately ask... Why Biden wouldn't immediately ask Sanders to run as VP in order to placate the Bernie or bust crowd. Keep up the good work. Solidarity forever. Probably because Sanders is old as fuck. We probably don't want 2 like 80-year-olds in the you know, presidency and the vice presidency. And he's probably more interested in looking to shore over some of the more moderate types with like a Kamala Harris type than he would be otherwise. I also think, and this is kind of the case, most Bernie supporters are going to support Biden as well. You know?
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh viewers aplenty.
Did music just play? I wasn't looking. Okay. I don't know. Don't worry about it, okay? Jeff Allen with the $25. What's your take on the Chomsky-Foucault debate? I ask because you're a Chomsky fan, but also describe yourself as a postmodernist, and Foucault is typically characterized as a postmodernist thinker. I think my issue is that I feel like so many of these different, like, political, social, and philosophical tendencies have these mutually exclusionary characteristics. I feel like this might be me being an enlightened centrist here, but there are things that I can appreciate from both sides. I like Foucault very, very much, and I think the elements of postmodernism, the idea that there is no one singular, like, truth to, like, the narrative of humanity, the idea that different, like, structures can't, like, fully explain the human experience, and that we have to, like, adopt an idiosyncratic view of the human experience in order to best understand, like, stuff like that. I feel like that's, like, a very valid, like, set of perspectives. And I don't think that all of those necessarily are exclusive to the idea that a very valuable perspective from which to view humanity is one in which we prioritize, you know, the class dynamics between different social groups, the power dynamics between them, and what can be done to ameliorate those dynamics. I don't know, like, it's been a while since I watched that debate. It's been, I was in college at the time. I think that there's a lot of value from both of these perspectives. I don't know. I'm intersectional philosophies. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Probably a product of my lack of education, honestly. Tommy D with a very kind 20 bucks. Regarding your crystal ball vids, do you know if it's common to draw one's salary from a super PAC? Also, as disheartening as your analysis is, I'd still prefer to see her on that show than on Fox or MSNBC. I would rather see her on MSNBC or Fox because that way she's either just capitulating to conservatives or to liberals, not pulling the people from the left over to the right. It's common. It is pretty common to draw a salary from a super PAC. I don't know if drawing like $350,000 is the correct amount, or what was it, like $250,000, whatever. I think that might be a little much. It was fucking half the fund she raised, you know? Yes, Oculus Imperia is a very good 40k YouTuber friendly Skeletor. Socialish with a very kind $10. Thank you. Yes, I'm very happy to be criticizing Rising. Ain't never ever never gonna stop. It's Neptuna Salad. Happy birthday, Mayonnaise. I hope you have a good one, comrade. Thank you for the $6. JJZ4 with the $2. Yes, the Jimmy Dore video will come eventually. True sign. Sake Tanuki with the $20. Do you think we can achieve revolution by hooba booba pilling the entire electorate? Well, if we hooba booba pilled the entire electorate, there would no longer be any meaningful energy to engage in capitalism. So maybe. Oh, holy shit! I didn't even see this earlier. Postmodern Partisan with the incredibly kind $150 donation. Holy shit, comrade! That is incredibly kind of you. Jesus Christ! My goodness. Longtime watcher of you, comrade. Just got my first paycheck and thought I'd redistribute the wealth. Keep fighting the good fight. If that's your first paycheck, that's probably a decent chunk of it. So make sure that's the only chunk of your paycheck you give to me, comrade. Jesus, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and I hope that you're. I don't know if you mean first job or just the first paycheck of your job. I hope it goes well. Okay, work can be fun. I mean, it can be. It's not fun enough. No, but it can be fun. Lizards perching on the rock, right there, sunbathing after she ate. Bosh, I have a question. Am I an evil homophobe for being disgusted by male gay intimacy? I think that would point to some homophobic characteristics or behaviors or biases inside of you. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean you actively dislike gay people, but it's probably something that you could look at internally and think why do I feel this way? Sake Tanuki with a very kind $20. Suicidality is an external battle if your name is Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. True! For most people, suicidality is a deep, personal, intricate, and intimate thing. To some people, suicidality is an external, institutional, and very, very directed threat. Very true. What's the downside of eating a clock? It's time consuming. Shut the fuck up, Markinator. Jesus Christ. Askell, thank you so much for the $6.90. I do deserve it, but I appreciate it nonetheless. CJ Christie with the $5. I do management for an insurance company. We always prevent loss rather than reduce impact. The one time I can cite the corporate world being smarter than government, as is often the case sometimes. Coco Simpson with the $5. What are your thoughts on the intersection between the trans and intersex communities? That's fine. I mean, I don't think the existence of intersex people complicates any other type of political advocacy. You know what I mean? So I don't think I stand essentially. You know, what else am I gonna do? We have so many YouTube videos. You fuckers link. Ugh. All right, we're doing it. We're getting through them. J-Bone, let's take a look.
For the first time since 1968, race issues ranked as the most important problem facing the country in a June Gallup poll. And as the national conversation continues about race in America, one author is taking a step back to the civil rights era.
Author Eddie Glaude's use.
I can already tell by the title that I'm going to be wanting to do this one on stream. This is the murder folder. Things go here to die. We'll be getting to that one later. That looks like a bad one. That's Cummingworth worth $5. Great base kids.
Again?
Gamer Poop Skyrim number 20. Hans Cummingworth, I don't know how old you are or what type of channel you think this is, but we are not watching that, okay? Who's more in danger, the people or the bears? Farewell. We had bears in Humboldt. But I never actually saw one. They did knock over some of the trash cans in our neighborhood once, though. Check out this MRA's cringy-ass song about Chop. I can't do it, Markinator. Chop of the Rising Suey? I thought this was going to be a cover of Chop Suey, just based on the title. But...
There is a hill in Seattle.
Okay, so far we're good.
Where they call things racism.
Now we're a little cringe.
Where what was once 50 and 13 was 101.
I thought you said this was an MRA's cringy ass song. This is just they're 1350ing. We're a little further along. Oh man, they're really going for it. All the joggerlings they can kill. Yeah, this person's probably a Nazi. Just a little guess. Just a little Dr. Randomer Cam. This is probably like a really old channel. Very little views these days. Give it back. Look at the description. Okay, I looked at the comment section. Boshio, right? Can I not just read shit? Holy fuck. You people are so fucking annoying. Yeah, okay. This channel looks old as fuck. Just doesn't seem to be getting very many views these days. Check out this meme I made. No copyright.
Back up, bro. Bro, what the fuck is you doing, bro? Me, bitch. What the fuck is you doing, bro? What the fuck is you doing, bro? What the fuck, bro?
Stop linking me. These random... I mean, you can link me what you want with your donations. Thank you, Bogota Marquise. But stop! I'll ban YouTube links. I'll do it. Oh, gotcha, Joe. Okay. Big Boy 22. My channel streaming tomorrow, 12 p.m. GMT would mean everything if you tuned in. Love you, Vosh. I don't have time to fucking watch my own stream. But Godspeed, BK Games. I don't know why you have Mao and Stalin. I don't know about those ones. Godspeed. I believe in you. I believe. Cross, thank you for the $5. Happy to hear you enjoy the content, comrade. I try my best. Holy shit, there are so many videos. Bug girl, cute animal vid, speedrun. Ah, yes! That's good. Zoom! Postmodern Partisan with a very kind $20. What do you think of ICE's new decision of deporting international students taking online courses due to COVID-19? I mean, I think it's fucking insane, obviously. It's difficult. I don't know what else I could really say about it, that it's like just insane and bad. That's why I haven't even talked about it on stream, because like what I don't know what I'm supposed to say about it other like this is horrible. That's all I've got, you know? Maybe, Dexdoc. Can we report the mods? I don't know, Alexar. I don't know how really Reddit moderation works. What is Lizard's political ideology? And Cap. Helvetica, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Any plans for making a Research 101 video? Yeah, I probably should do that. I think a lot of people don't understand the difference between a data and a study, so it might be important to talk about that, I think. Literal Truth, the very kind $5, was told by my leftist groups to stay away from you, but I'm enjoying your content over the past few days. Here's $5 as an apology for prejudicing. Nice! Now get your friends over, huh? No, seriously, I really appreciate that, comrade. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's just, I have a weird reputation in the left. Charles Double with the very kind 10 pounds. Your beard is so sexy. Thanks. I've done absolutely nothing with it in 2 weeks. And Sake Tanuki with the very kind $20. Wonder how you can claim to have any comedy when you had imprisoned all the Jews. That is true. If there is any race realism truly in the world, it is the fact that Jews are funnier than Gentiles. I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is. I don't know why. Have you ever even seen a Mel Brooks movie? I don't know. I don't know. They've got it. They've got it going on. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Trauma does make you funny. The more powerful you get, the less funny you get. When you live in McMansions, locked off in the suburbs, every neighbor of yours is white, you're white, you've never met a gay person, you've never even seen a black person. It's hard to make comedy from that, because your entire life is oriented around protecting the bubbles you've built up. But comedy is about tearing down bubbles. Comedy is about popping them. Comedy is about challenging norms and expectations. The more a person benefits from norms, the less likely they are to support their challenge. It's not impossible, but, you know. Do you think rape is funny? Literally anything can be made funny if it's in a funny joke. There are plenty of funny jokes about rape that have been made by progressive people. Joking about rape doesn't necessarily mean making light of rape or trivializing rape or making fun of rape victims, though that's often a lazy go-to from people who just like the shock value. Nothing is inherently funny or unfunny. Though the edgier you go, the funnier it needs to be to pass the threshold, you know? Come up with one right now? What? No, what am I, a fucking stand-up comedian? Nah. Will Aurelia, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and likewise, Maya. So noted, comrade, so noted. Never apologize for not donating more. Colby Covington, thank you so much for $5. Likewise, the Chaos card, I really appreciate that, and I think I agree with your comedy professor. Ajax, the $5. Have you tried talking to Kyle in a friendly context, i.e. not explicitly a debate? Yeah, I'd be happy to have him on for a conversation, but in that conversation, I'd be challenging him on points. It would turn into a debate pretty quick. Big Dick Energy with a very kind $20. How would you approach a conservative friend who's repeating Tucker Carlson talking points about class in regards to socioeconomic reality of black people? I've done a couple of videos recently where I talk about how race and racism is more than socioeconomic. So I would recommend going over those. And then I would ask that friend what the fuck he plans to do about those class issues. Because there are a lot of people on the right who are like, oh, dude, that's just a class issue. And then you're like, okay, what do you want to do to fix classism? They'll be like, stop immigration, which doesn't do anything. So yeah, like there's no, real effort. Kikto, I'm afraid I know nothing about the German political parties. Terribly sorry, comrade. And Spau with a very kind $5. Bosch, you can't do a politics stream tomorrow. Up is Not Jump is doing a large charity stream with guests like H-Bomb, Nerd3, and Tierzoo. Actually do what you want. I never get invited to any of the cool shit, dude. I'm gonna have fucking 400,000 subscribers and people are still going to ignore me for the fucking cameo fundraisers, dude. Well, yeah, if it's on Twitch, they can't do anything, but there are some YouTube fundraisers that are done. Yeah, I'm too spicy. 400K, Lamal? Oh, you think I'm not gonna hit 400K? By tomorrow? Wouldn't be the first person I've proven wrong. Where are we at right now, anyway? We just hit 162,000? Did we? No, we're still at 161, but we're about to hit 162. Which means we've gotten our 3,000 for... I'm trying to get just 3,000 a day, okay? Listen, 3,000 subs a day keeps the... fascies away? Didn't we just hit 100K? Yeah. I feel like I can scarcely go a stream without talking about this, but during my last politics stream, the last politics stream that I did, I would have been at, when was it, on Monday? I would have been at, yeah, I would have had 13,000 less subscribers. So yeah, we've been having ourselves a fun time with it lately. Actually, wait, hold on, we can get it. There we go. That's the actual wave. It doesn't look like much of a bump when you look at it just over the past month, but if you look at it as related to the past year's worth of growth, it's actually like my channel had nothing and now it's just unbelievably exploding. It's actually really funny. Like before the big bumps were like, woo, I'm getting 400 a day, baby. But you know, hopefully it keeps up. I'm going to need to be like 10 times this size to be anywhere near as influential as I want to be. How come Destiny doesn't have a lot of subs on his channel recently? At this rate, you'll pass him in a month. Well, the main reason is because everything I do is designed to maximize engagement on YouTube. That's all. Literally, my live streams are like, let's schedule segments for what I think will make the best possible video, you know? He just does like his Twitch streams, and if something looks good, it gets uploaded, but he doesn't do like, okay, let's do this thing to make a YouTube video, you know? I'm like 200 Twitter followers away from being bigger than Ram. You chase that star. I agree, Orlando Maldonado. Thank you very much for the $5. Charles, double with a very kind 10 pounds. Do you think the right can be politically wrong due to religious bias, or do you think there are other traits why you think the right wing have the ideology that they have? The right wing, generally speaking, is motivated by fear and by disgust and by hatred. That sounds very reductive, but I stand by it. It's usually a fear that the things they have will be taken from them by other less fortunate groups, a hatred of people whose values do not match theirs, and a disgust with people who want to change the society as it exists today. It's about preserving hierarchy. It's about believing the world should be a certain set of ways, with certain people on top of other people, and then working to build that. Progressivism is usually about the other direction, making, you know, destroying those hierarchies. Brendan Kiernan with the $100. What the fuck? Tell Nerdgasm to have a happy birthday? Nerdgasm, my beloved mod. Have a happy birthday, comrade. You didn't need to have somebody else donate $100 to me in order to make that point. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Jeez, you people. Hey. True, Restoras. You're the man, Joseph Nerman. Thank you very much for the $10. Osama Obama with the $2. What do you think of Erdogan changing a first church, then mosque, then museum, now mosque again? It's full of Christian culture, now all that will be gone. I have no idea what you're referring to. You mean like he's swapping the denomination of the building that they're in? I have no idea. I do like cultural artifacts being preserved. This is something we never talk about on the left. This is actually something that bugs me a little bit. Like when the Notre Dame caught on fire, a lot of lefties were like celebrating it. That was a little weird to me. I know that the Notre Dame was built by pieces of shit to preserve like a piece of shit hierarchy, but as a cultural artifact, like the Notre Dame is every bit as significant as like the fucking, you know, what's that giant Indian temple? Not temple, it was built as a like a memoriam. Taj Mahal, yeah, like the Taj Mahal. But the Taj Mahal was built by a monarch. Like, if the Taj Mahal built down, would a bunch of lefties be like, yeah, you fucking hierarchical, monarchical piece of shit? Let's be real, dude. A lot of the people who were cheering for the destruction of the Notre Dame were probably just edgy motherfuckers who like know it's okay to make fun of like white people in Western civilization. It's like culturally like we're okay with it. So I didn't see a single lefty cheering here in Europe. Yeah, probably because you guys actually get to see it. Over here in America, there were a lot of lefties making those jokes though, because to them it was just like a testament to Western hierarchical. But fuck you, dude. Every fucking ancient monument is a testament to something bad. Find me an ancient wonder of the world that wasn't in some way, shape, or form built around or by or for something terrible. Go to the Angkor Wat. Go to the Hagia Sophia, you know? Go the Notre Dame, okay? Go to the fucking Parthenon, okay? Go to the pyramids. Like, it's all, like, of course, obviously. It was all bad back then. It's still all bad. Stonehenge, yeah, if Stonehenge caught on fire. Hey, those pre-settlement English types, they were pretty smart, huh? Whatever pagans built Stonehenge, because that can't catch on fire. There is nothing on Stonehenge that can catch on fire. They have future-proofed their shit. The grass it's on can catch on fire. Okay, the grass, sure, but that'll regrow. The Stonehenge will. Archaeologists have concluded that pyramids weren't built by slaves, but well-paid laborers based on their burials. Yeah, in a slave society ruled over by god kings. I'm just, the point that I'm trying to make is like, if you believe that it's a good thing for the Notre Dame to burn, then you have to believe that literally everything in society ever should be burning. Like, oh wow, this coffee shop caught on fire. Oh, wow, what a testament to modern capitalism. It's so reductive, you know? We can do better. Now you get it? Yeah. Verified Cat, thank you so much. The tier 1 sub. Oh, holy shit. I want to thank you for covering the Smash stuff. As someone who was part of the wave of victims exposing some of the nasty people in Smash, it makes me feel seen. Listen, I love Smash. Smashing abusers. Is that good? Did we do it? That wasn't cringe? Got it in 1. Seriously, thank you, comrade. I'm really glad that you derived some catharsis from that. Jeez. Oh, I hope you're doing okay now. Tarkus with the $5. True. Charles Double with the £5. Love your channel, by the way. It's pronounced double A. I'll sure definitely try to remember that. Daniel with a very kind $20. I've been binging your content for the last couple of weeks. Appreciate you and the work you've been doing for the left. Thank you. I'm really happy to hear that, comrade. I try my best. Thank you. Julian Drury with a very kind $15. Do you think Biden/establishment Dems have authoritarian tendencies? I worry if Biden wins that he and the liberals that support BLM might turn on the movement. Oh, well, I mean, authoritarian tendencies in the sense that, like, it's the presidency and there's always going to be a degree of authoritarianism to there, sure. In terms of, like, mobilizing this, the state apparatus to, like, suppress freedom of speech or anything, probably not so much that, though maybe to an extent. Will they turn on BLM? I don't know. The thing is, keep in mind, it's actually possible to appease a lot of the tenets of BLM without challenging capitalism. Not all, but a lot of them. And what's more, BLM is very popular amongst Democrats right now. Like, insanely popular. For them to turn their back on that public support just so they can, like, continue being racist, I don't think that'd be a very smart idea. What we have to do is push for as many reasonable social proposals as possible, while also trying to encourage the population to recognize that if they want the totality of their needs met, they're going to have to either make the Democratic Party anti-capitalist or subvert the party system altogether. We'll see. The Oblivious, that's a complicated one. I'd have to get to that later. Evan Westmore with the $2. Normalized pegging. True. Derek with the $5. You should do the debate with Howie Hawkins. Nope, I can't do it. Sorry, comrade. Kaiser Anson with the $5. Do you ever listen to any Against Me? It'd be cool for my parasocial relationship with you if you listen to my favorite punk band. I'm terribly sorry. I don't know how to listen to music. I'm music deaf. Anthony Boyev, thank you so much for the $10, comrade. So noted. And Tacky Animation with the 10 PLN. Happy to hear you're enjoying your drawing. While I'm doing this. Did you see the Baldur's Gate 3 trailer a few months ago with the Elliptic? I saw this in con. Whoa. Ooh. Ooh. Man, it really went in there, didn't it? I think the ear is more the traditional Dude, Illithid are so fucking cool. Also, look at these hip motherfuckers releasing their cinematic trailer in ultra wide. What the fuck? In 2x1 format. Illithid are cool as shit. Here's my hot take. Illithid and vampires are cool as shit, okay? Vampires have been done dirty, all right? Vampires have not been done good. We need to do vampires not dirty. We need to do them clean, okay? Fuck zombie shit where we're supposed to fear the sweaty brown hordes of anonymity. Let's get into some goddamn vampirism where we fear the aristocratic, hyper-wealthy, socially defunct weirdos who live in castles, okay? Yeah, we're waiting on Bloodlines too. Cow's Kingdom for the $5. Thank you. Let's take a look at this.
My dear fellow Germans, you have hopefully acquired a great deal of sheep here over.
I've seen this one. I can't watch a fucking 4-minute, 400,000 view video on my goddamn own. Fuck you. I've seen it. It's good. It is good. And Ricky Tingo with the $5. What's your thing? What is this? This is copyright. Why do people keep typing out 100 gex in my chat? What is it? What is the meme? I don't know the meme. What is the meme? What is the meme? Tell me. Sake Tanuki with the $20. Thank you. This is copyright music. What is... Stop! I'm banning YouTube links. Not only am I banning YouTube links, I'm banning everyone who sends YouTube links. Oh. Too bad all the panda bears are going to be dead soon. Ah, that was nice. The guy was like smiling super hard. That's adorable. Yeah. Sorry, they just don't like fucking. What are you going to do? They don't care. Okay, we have to stop. Stop! Stop! Is this Warhammer 40k tanky propaganda? Araxio, so better be good. Yes, it is. Stop. Stop. Charles Doublé with £5. Thank you so goddamn much, comrade. If I could ever debate Ben Shapiro, I would, but he will never accept it. Sistine Arsonist 99 with the $5. How do you, with fascist Nazis, scum of humanity, and not be emotionally exhausted? I assume you mean how do you deal? The only reason I'm not emotionally exhausted is for every negative interaction that I have with the fasci type, I get 100 positive interactions with our non-fasci types. We outnumber them. People don't recognize that. People who are actually committed to the principles of fascism and white supremacy are minorities in our society, who exist by leeching parasitically off of the ignorance of the liberal and centrist communities. We are stronger than them. We just need to express ourselves such. Joe Huddleston with the $5. I went from radlib to anarchist in part because of your stuff. Thank me. Hey, my pleasure, comrade. And Gregory Lizarino with $5. I'd love to have a channel on YouTube with you as a lib. I'd love to discuss policies because I'm a STEM major, not too politically astute. Emailed you. Yeah, I'll check out your email. I can't promise a conversation though because I turn down basically like 99% of email conversation requests that I get. It's too busy these days. And Yikes with the incredibly kind $10. Do you think it's the responsibility of larger content creators / artists to support smaller ones? Am I crazy for feeling disconcerted by super popular creators whose platform is only self-serving? Nah, I don't think there's a responsibility to do that. I wouldn't say that a successful like business has a responsibility to like invest in other I don't think so. This is, I mean, ultimately, I don't think like that's a responsibility we have, but I think it's a nice thing to do. I don't particularly like collaborations. I don't like collabing with other people at all. And in fact, I'm consistently disappointed by other people in general. So I don't really want to do that that much. But what people like Thought Slime, they do like their little shout out things. I think that's a good thing. I think that's cute. I do. I think it's a good thing, you know? And I've helped out some smaller creators. To the best of my ability. Am I debating Peter Coffin? I have to talk to Peter Coffin. I'll talk to Peter. All right, folks. Oh, look at that. It's perfect. 3 on the mark. I love you all so much. I hope you know that, okay? Sorry if I come off a little bit tired. I spent all of yesterday, like, helping remodel and move stuff, and I'm pretty physically sore. So I really appreciated the stream. We might do a video.
Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers aplenty.
Sake Tanuki with a very kind $20. Thank you very much, Cameron. I should just say mute audio before some of these. Just wanted to send adorable videos. The panda should be the official mascot for asexual people. I'd never thought of that. Why isn't that the case? Why isn't the panda the official? Like, wait, that's actually like such an obvious skit. It's not like weird or offensive or anything. I don't think it is. One way or another, comrades, I love you all so much. Thank you so goddamn much for the incredibly kind support, appreciation, generosity, and I hope that all of you have a wonderful day. I'll see you all soon.